Hey chat, what's going on? How you guys doing? Hope you guys are well. It's Wednesday. We're looking to see if there's going to be a patch to Pantheon. So far, no luck. Will it happen this evening? I'm not sure. I know we're supposed to raid in a couple of hours. So we'll be switching over at that time. Hey Shoklin, why are Twitch ads so annoying to watch? I mean, if you plan on hanging out here, you could always sub to the channel. That gets rid of the ads for 30 days. Also, we'll plug this in. If you have Amazon Prime, you can actually sub to a Twitch streamer at no charge. So, it's free to you. If you have Amazon Prime, they give you a Twitch Prime sub. You just go under the usual process that you would to subscribe to a channel, but you select the option for Twitch Prime. Doesn't cost you anything. No more ads. Hey Avery, what's going on? Did they toss in your Pantheon update? Not as of yet. I checked the client 5 minutes ago. No luck. Just the commercials themselves are annoying. Twitch is a business, man. You can't avoid it, no matter how bad the ads are, whether it's a tampon commercial or buy a $60,000 car. Ads are ads, man. If they're willing to pay the money, you're going to see them. I mean, you could also pick up Twitch Turbo as well. I believe that's still available. I think Twitch Turbo turns ads off on any and all streams that you go into. We'll check the launcher again in probably an hour just to see. If the update's not live by 6:30 p.m. Eastern, chances are it's probably not happening today. Mind you, they haven't announced a delay, so it may still happen. What do we have so far? 72 copper. Need more ore. Watching another streamer, he's stuck between two zones and getting his body. In Monsters and Memories? Did he move in with a group and then the group disbanded? That is unfortunate. It's also a worst case scenario. bad case scenario. I mean, if he can reach out to a rogue, I think a rogue can get the body no matter where it is. I'm guessing the giants might be up only during the nighttime. I've been here about 15 minutes now, and I haven't seen any giants. We need more copper ore, though. We gotta be able to do some crafting. We gotta get some skill ups. I also want to try and get enchanting up. So, need enough bars to try and level the enchanting. 72 is not enough. Although the ore nodes are being stingy at the moment. Last night was great. The start of this evening, not so good. I wish I knew where else the nodes would spawn. You can't climb in the game. We can't get up there. Can't get up here. I've looked over here. Don't see it along here at all. What if I run over here again? Oh yeah, yeah. As casters level up, they unlock what are known as cantrips. Cantrips are slots that allow them to socket a particular spell, and it persists through death. No, we can't get up there. I haven't seen anybody else out here. I don't know where the nodes are. Ah, this person's out here. There is another miner out here. Might have to take this time, go back to town, try and make these enchanted bars. Well, we probably shouldn't do the enchanted bars right now. I think we want to get a few more points in regular smithing, because what I don't want to do is end up scaling up the enchanting and then not the blacksmithing, and then when you go to do the enchanted armor, everything is still red. That's a bad idea. Three moons again. Several copper nodes outside that first dungeon area near the cliffs. When you say first dungeon area, Shoklin, you mean Wormsbane, where the undead are? Like back in the starting area? Okay, this is crazy. No nodes yet? Hello. We're gonna let you go over. You know what? I think we're going back to town. I don't like the fact we still haven't seen a single node. What if we go over and check this cliffside? There's no mobs over here, right? This is where all the fallen ruins were. Hey, Quackums, what's going on? Canyon is blocked by a landslide, but a strong breeze still blows through here. Interesting. Well, I'm not seeing any nodes along here either. Is that a node up there? There might be a node up there. that's a node. That's a node. I wonder if these nodes are tied to the nodes over on the other side. Wrapping up work, about to grab dinner. Right on. I'm alright, man. I'm alright. We're looking forward to the patch being implemented today for Pantheon. See if any new loot gets added to Tel Daedrus. We're raiding in about hour and a half, I would say. So I'll have to switch over for the raid. Where did you come from? And how were you able to jump all the way off that and not die? Ooh. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wow! That's why it says the canyon is blocked by a landslide, but a strong breeze still blows through. It's a mirage. Ha ha ha, or an illusion. Okay. Sneaky. I gotcha. I thought it was a glitch. Question is, what's in here? Gotta be bad guys, right? Ashira warrior, even Khan. Interesting. Well, they're putting sneaky stuff all over the place, aren't they? Oh, there's the city. In fact, you can see it from here. Oh, that is fantastic. Kudos to you guys, man. Kudos to whatever dev came up with the idea of making that an illusion. I thought it was weird that we got that emote, and when I was looking at it, there was no possible way to go up it. It's gonna be so hard to see. We have beetle eyes, right? We do. Do I want to burn one out here? I don't think so. You got a pickaxe out? Nope, you got a scythe, but you're LFG. Okay, to run all this distance with only one node, there's a second plant. A rattlesnake. A spider. Another snake. Still no ore nodes. Those look like undead. Undead? Cultist. They're red. Okay, we want to stay away. Oh. All these cultists are red. Still no ore nodes. Man. Worst place ever for ore nodes. Hands down. Whatever I can do to make the stream a little less toxic. This is a joke. Yeah. I gotcha. That's awesome. I'm gonna make a character and call him like Captain Toxic. Yeah, that's the Nashira camp. An ore node right there. You're fighting. You seem to have this camp all to yourself. You're not mining? Cool. Hey! I haven't seen Moko in, God, year and a half? Yeah, I don't forget names, chat. Your toxic skill up 18 out of 300? For sure. I'm somewheres I think up around 250 based on the spelling of the post. I can't tell if he's trying to type the word chat or the abbreviation for enchanter. There's an E in there, and I'll be honest, it would get a, regular person a little stumped. Although me saying that is probably being a little bit toxic, I guess. I don't mean to be toxic, I'm just saying. With the ferventness of the post, I gotta be some kind of toxic. I think Britney Spears would be proud. Oh, there's the zone line. Okay. Rotting skeleton, that's nothing. This camp looks like research. Oh, this is the dungeon. This is Wormsbane. Excuse me, I got the hiccups now. We get up here? Nope. Can't blame me for trying to jump in this copper plate. A little heavy. Nope. No nodes here. What about over here by this rock? Oh, there's somebody already here looking for it. Now we have to stop by the bank because our smithing hammer's in there. Oh, I just noticed devotion. What's devotion? No idea. Oh, somebody's making enchanted cloth. They must have a high skill. Okay, so we're gonna need to make rawhide straps. I also forgot that rawhide straps stack. We want to take enchanted powder. I don't think we want to enchant anything. Hammer and chisel, skinning knife, no. Smithing hammer, yes. Low quality pelts, not at the moment. I'm gonna save those till we get a bit higher. That, okay, so with the brittle stone, I don't think we need the gems. We're gonna hang on to them though, because I think they're used. I don't think we need. Actually, we could put those in the bank for now. Okay. We have everything we need? I think so. Now, if we can stick to blue combines, like dark blue, we'll stick to dark blue combines if we can. We're not going to be able to make too many of them. We have to hope we get skill ups. We got to go over the next one. Should have gone to the tannery first. Need to make the rawhide straps. Now, we do need the ingots. I said we had 72, right? 60. We're not going to get skill ups for these. I wonder if I should just craft all. I feel like you get more fails if you craft all. Nah, it doesn't matter. Craft all. So, if you don't get skill ups under green combines, I feel like the green combine should turn gray. Because we've made a lot of green combines and we've never gotten a single skill up since they were green. My lights so there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like not a single skill up. Now maybe it's because we're capped at 25, so copper bars don't allow us to go below or above 25. I'm not sure. But I feel like if you can't get skill ups on green, it should be grade. Hey, Coben, what's happening? If it isn't the old toxic lord himself, I know, right? Better be careful. Be careful my toxicity doesn't, I don't want to say rub off on you. Corrupt you? We'll say corrupt you. We figured out enchanting. So we managed to get enchanting yesterday. I don't know if we're going to do a whole lot of it. We managed to break down some stuff. We have some dust, but I'm not going to try any enchanted smithing until we get a few more skill ups. Oops. Because we only have a 13 blacksmithing. So... oh, we can only do 13 plates, right, because it's 6 bars per. There's a 7. 6. And again, green, so we're not going to get any skill ups from it. Alright, whatever. Let's go. And in case anybody's wondering, when those bars go red like that, when I know I have more than enough material, it just means that the stack that those bars were pulled from is no longer there. I guess we could probably make some sharpening stones too. We don't have to do that. We're not going to get skill ups from it, so there's no point. Do not have enough. Okay, so we have all the plates done. We do. Now, unfortunately, I pooched myself because we forgot to go to the tannery first to make straps. So now we have to go all the way over to the tannery. We have to make our straps. Because I wasn't thinking. Not really a crafter. Not sure why I'm doing this. But here we are. New raid in Pantheon. Not a new raid in Pantheon, but if there's... so there's a patch that's supposed to go through, that was supposed to go through last week. It got pushed to today. It hasn't hit the client yet, at least as of about 30 minutes ago. If the patch does go through, the current raid target in the game is going to get new items. I have a raid tonight. Myself and the people that I normally run with in Pantheon. Sorry guys, this is going to sound egotistical, whatever, you could take it as toxic, let's make some jokes. We're pretty good at the game. We do some pretty crazy stuff. Because of that, there are a lot of people out there and multiple guilds out there that when they need bodies to help with the raid, that they ask us. Or they open the invites for us to join them. So tonight's one of those nights. So we're here for... I don't know why my game is janky all of a sudden. What is happening? $217, $211. I don't know what's going on there. Doing it again. Am I gonna have to relog? We just got in here. Well, we didn't just get in here. We've been in here about 15 minutes, I think. So, anyways, yeah, I'll be jumping over to help them, and then after that, we'll see what's going on. If the crew doesn't need any help with anything, we'll more than likely be back over here. The raid shouldn't take too long as everybody shows up. If everybody doesn't show up, might be a few extra pulls. Hello? There we go. 19 straps. I was going to try and jump in a dungeon when I got on, earlier. I figured I had a couple of hours, so if I could get into a group. But I ran over to Wormsbane, and I ran over to that infested crypt, and there was nobody in there, so... Will I be streaming the raid? Yes. I'm already crafting... Okay, I'm getting hit with lag. I'm gonna have to relog. I don't understand what's happening. Okay, now that we've done that, now we go back over to the forge. When I get access, I'll catch up and run some dungeons with you. In Pantheon? Or you mean in Monsters and Memories? When you get access to Monsters and Memories, you mean? I'm always willing. I enjoy a crawl. Or a camp. Group? I guess group is the better term I'll use is group. We are pretty geared though. I'm a bit of a Barbie, so I don't like the fact that we're not all matching, but that's okay. I can't give up the breastplate. It's too nice. But the Barbie in me is screaming a little bit. How's Rotten Leaf crafting bars standing over there? Their portable anvil? Okay, so we need to try and get skill ups. So, oh no, we only have weapons? Oh, if I could Roshambo myself, I think I might actually do it. Well, I guess we can try even con and see what happens. I already have a girdle, right? Yep. Have the mask, yep. I don't want to do yellow. Well, I guess even con it is. Alright, let's see what happens. Blacksmithing is 13. $14. We failed. 15. Successful. Successful, no skill up. Please tell me I didn't cap out at 15. Those went even con. Okay, 16. Failed. That's fine. We want the skill ups. I don't care for the gear. $17. $18. And that's it. So we got 5 skill ups. Not bad. Now we Can I break this stuff down? I can't break this stuff down, can I? I didn't bring the hammer and chisel. Try and see if we can break that stuff down. Actually, what does it sell for? I think money's more important. What do we sell to? Go back here. Two. Nope. Hey, there's Crymore. They're tackling all the crafting too. He worked up an enchanter up to 40 during the playtests. Probably going to run an enchanter for the closed beta. You have a 50 Dire Lord and a 50 Shaman. Oh, right on. Leroy Jenkins is real and his name is Krushnek. No, no, that is not it. I would not have had his horrible audio from back then. He was yelling into a really poor headset mic. I don't have a really poor headset mic. I don't even use a headset mic. I use studio mics. Kind of become an addiction. I have 5 of them now. I won't say which ones, but I have studio mics. The one I'm talking to you on, like right now the one that I stream with, is the same one that does TV shows, movies, so on and so forth. Nothing but the best. I can't stand bad audio. What did I come here for? Hammer and chisel, right? Oh, wait, no, it might not be hammer and chisel. Is it hammer and chisel? Or do I just need to put this... No, I don't remember. Alright, hang on. Take it anyways. I don't think these work, right? I think we tested these and they didn't work. Tool used to deconstruct. I think that question mark means there's no icon for it. Maybe it hasn't been addressed yet. You know what? We'll take it anyways. Take the pliers too. I have no idea. Let's see what happens. We gotta figure it out. I have great audio as well, using a powered stealth amp so it can be off camera and still sound great. Fantastic. I mean, you don't have to use it, but these have helped me do my voiceover, my audiobook narrations. You can't use headset mics or traditional mics. I won't go into brand names, but you know, if you're gonna take this stuff seriously, you have to have the hardware. Hang on, what are they talking about in chat? What are purple named players? Anonymous, role players, hardcore. Purple is role play. Hardcore role play? Okay. What is hardcore in this game? If you die, you're dead. That doesn't make sense. You don't lose your character. Okay, whatever. Not important. Okay, we want to try and break something down, right? I'm not even sure if this is where you're supposed to go to do it. How do I blank out? There. So, would I try... mask? Hammer and chisel? Cool. Perfect. Okay, can we do it with the belt? Fantastic. So this is how you break stuff down. Dudes, I'm so glad you... So, little secret. This hammer and chisel dropped off unnamed in the dungeon. Just so you guys know. I don't know if you can buy it around here. I don't know if you can quest it around here. But it dropped off unnamed in the dungeon. So I'm guessing, if you never kill the named and get the hammer and chisel, you're never able to break this down. Though you might be able to do it from the other tools. So let's try that right now. And if you already know you can do it or not, that's fine. But you gotta remember, this is like day 4 for me. Or day 5 for me. Not work. Does not work. Does not work. Okay, we got our answer. Okay, was that all of it? That was all of it. So we have 1 raw hide, we only have 5 scraps. Okay, I don't think the scraps can be done for anything. Oh, wait. You're right. Six scraps. Okay, so we can't do anything. So we'll put it in the bank for now. Well, that's not bad. Okay, so we can get some of the items, or some of the material back. I got a feeling these aren't in-game moments. So I think, well, I don't want to delete them in case they turn them on. I guess we'll just put them in the bank for the time being. Yeah, okay. Let's go back to the bank. Throw this stuff in. We got our skill ups, which was nice. I was kind of hoping we'd be lucky enough to get to 20, but I'll take 18. One good thing about your higher end game headset, the microphone's detachable. A lot of headsets do that. I have a headset here that has a stereo microphone on it. I just never use it. Again, not going to say what brand it is, but I do have pretty big deal headset. I just never use it. Been sitting here slung over the armrest of my chair for, I don't know, 2 years, 3 years. Ever since I got into tackling voiceover and audiobook narration, man, like audio is just, dude, audio is as big an addiction to me as MMOs. Copper scraps. Copper plate. We don't need the smithing hammer on us. Oh, I can't put it there? Can I put it? Can't put it anywhere? Okay. Storage containers in this game are going to give me an aneurysm. Alright, it goes there. So if it goes there, dust goes there. Rawhide. Should we bank that for now? We could bank that for now. Alright, so inventory's cleared out here on our main slots. Our bags are mostly cleared out. I was told to hang on to these magic crystals because they're used for enchanting. I don't know exactly how. They are magic. Can I disenchant them? Probably shouldn't do this. Oh, look at that. Okay, so anything tagged magic. Probably shouldn't have done that, but you know what? We're going to do it again. Disenchanting went up 5 and 6, so that's good. So we have disenchanting of 6 now. Oh wait, I can't do that because I gotta go back in. Oh, what's this? Mote of magic. What is that for? Don't even know. Okay, main inventory spots. Light source, cloth is fine. The wanted poster. That quest line, you know what? So we found 2 quest lines yesterday, which is interesting. We've got the one that wants us to go into Wormsbane and find the remains of that dude, the bard. And then we have this one where it wants us to find, what's the name of the place? Uh-oh, lag. What's happening? You can see nothing's moving. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Whoops. I think I'm going to restart the client. Once, just to be safe. What was I just talking about? Yeah, it's a memory leak. I didn't realize we would experience it so quickly. We got hit with it twice yesterday, which is fine. It's fine. Like, you know, the game's being worked on, so it's fine. It's just it caught me off guard that it came so quick. Windows updating? No. There's a memory leak in the game of some sort. I was talking to a few players the other day. We were all having random issues with jankiness, and then there comes a point where you go out and check your processes on your computer, and you'll see that Moshes and Memories has your processes jacked up to like 96%, and that typically tells you should probably shut the client down and restart it, and then you're good for another little while. It's just how memory leaks are. That's all. It's not a big deal. What was I talking about a second ago? Was I trying to do something? I went over my inventory. Oh, I wanted to see the note, the details in the note. We have to find... Telekir. Now, it says Shaded Dunes. Shaded Dunes is the next zone over. But I don't know where Telekir is. I'm wondering if Telekir is the pillars and whatnot that you can see off to the right when you zone over. I don't think Telekir is the infested crypt, but it might be, because that's over there as well. But I need to find two named Ashira, a Yip and Yapala. And these came from the Red Mantles. Interesting. We found a bunch of stuff yesterday. We ran around, did a bunch of dialogue hails, found some NPCs. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to remember half the places I went to. The guy's name is Entrance. He must be a tank. He'd be a tank with the name Entrance? I think that's funny. Alright, let me get out here by the gate and then we'll restart the client real quick. Just to be on the safe side, chat. Just to be on the safe side. Not a big deal. We went for quite a while yesterday and didn't experience it. It's definitely near there. Hey, Necro, what's happening? What server am I on? As far as I know, there's only the one server. In this game, it's the beta server 1. Hey, Corpus. You might get addicted before you know it. Yeah, and there goes all your spare time. Yeah, dude, look, you don't got to tell me twice. People think I was joking yesterday. I'm not joking. Kind of digging it. Alright, just give me a second, chat. I'm also going to check the Pantheon launcher real quick. No patch. Guessing it's not today. That is unfortunate. No, chat, you did not see multiple characters on this character select screen. Did your eyes playing tricks on you? It's the coloration of the character screen. So, fuzzy dates? Yes, yeah. Sometimes when they plan to have content out at a certain time, unfortunately they catch a bug. They caught a bug last week, so it delayed the update. We thought maybe it might have updated to this week, but being that it's after 6 p.m. Eastern, I can't see it still coming to the server tonight, but it might. Where am I going? And as you can see, there's no more performance issue. So we're good for now until the next time. And it's just fine. If you're in the game and you experience that kind of jankiness, reload your client real quick. Just trust me. Now, if the note tells me to find Tel Akir, if I go to a zone, would I zone in and it would be called Tel Akir? Or is Tel Akir like the proper name and the adventurers would know it as something else? Like, I thought Tel Akir was this. Telekir sounds like something like ruins, like Egyptian almost. I feel like Telekir is that area there, but we found bandits, but they weren't Ashira. So I don't know if there's Doctor Doom's fortress. I didn't see anything that looked like a zone entrance, though. We'll go over and take a look real quick. Maybe I just missed it on the way back. I thought it was the segment of the ruins that were built into the wall. Back here, there's this, or right there, like a roof thing with two pillars, but I didn't see anything that looked like a cave or a door or an entrance. Hey, Nicodemus, how you doing, man? What's going on? How's your Wednesday going? I still say it sounds like it should be here. Hey, Acer, what's going on? Oh, is that the illusion I found earlier? Oh, gotcha. Oh, that makes sense, because we saw an Ashira just inside the... Oh, okay. Okay, so chat, for those who aren't familiar with it, maybe you guys already know this, and that's fine. Don't spoil it yet. So if you guys were here yesterday, you guys know we were over here, and we found that other dungeon, the Infested Crypt, with the spiders in it. We ran around to collect some of the copper ore. You know, it's funny, because we ran Sunday and Monday... We ran all the way across the dunes here, died multiple times, got all the way over to the river, or to the water here, and then ran the entire coastline, and posted up over here somewhere on the other side of this rock structure, and we were there for quite a while, and everything was cool. Yesterday, I run out this way, and I see people running down to this valley thing, so I'm like, you know what, I'm going to follow them just to see. So I watched for aggro, we followed them down the valley, and then as I got around the corner of this place, I saw the entrance over here in the mountainside, and I was like, what is that? We find a new dungeon? And then I zoned in and I saw the dungeon, I saw the spiders. I'm like, ooh, we found the new area. But then I zoned out, and later last night, I was running around the other side, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's the ocean. And then I realized that it was the exact same shoreline that we ran up on Monday, and I'm thinking to myself, if those geniuses I was grouped with would have brought us out this way, we wouldn't have died half a dozen times over here. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. And don't sit there and say, oh, they might not have known. I'm pretty sure they knew. I'm pretty sure they knew that it's like 1000% safe to go right up here, as opposed to all the way over there, have those invisible ambushers show up out of nowheres and just insta-whack us. Just got off the day job, on your way home to start the night job. Currently you're working on the garrison area in Night Harbor, adding population. I think we were there yesterday. These guys over here, yeah, we're keeping a wide berth from those guys. What I want to show the stream, I think, is here. It's either here, I think it's here. Man, oh man. Hey, so are we going to get some, not journeyman boots, but journeyman boots in the game? Do we know? Do they exist? Are they around somewhere? Are they specifically called not journeyman's boots, but journeyman's boots? Krushnek Nicodemus does the quests in the game. You're the quest dude. So, we ran around yesterday, Nicodemus. I don't know if you were here or not. And we found 2 of the quests. We figured out the quest for the Bard, which is cool. They want us to go into Wormsbane here to find the remains of the Bard. Kudos to you for that. And then we found the red mantles and their quest line for the Ashira bounty. What is it? Ashira bounties. A Yip and Yapala. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I stayed there for quite a while messing around with text prompts, by the way. I feel like some people are going to have issues typing those prompts. Legally distinct journeyman's boots, but not journeyman's boots in the traditional sense. Yes, exactly. Take the abbreviation of what I just said and make that the name of the item. Okay, so we were coming back from over there, over there. We were coming back from over there, and I decided to run here along the cliffside because I wanted to go over to these ruins to see what was going on. Hello, Chantrix. And then, as I was hugging the wall, we came up here, and I got to this rock, and I got hit with this... Oh, you guys can't see it because of the camera. I got hit with this message. The canyon is blocked by a landslide, but a strong breeze still blows through. So I saw that message, and I'm like, okay, that's interesting. I don't know why they would have put that message, because it looks like you can't go anywheres. I'm replicating exactly what I did a half hour ago. I got this far, and then I was like, wait a minute. And I came back here. I had a hunch with the breeze. And sure enough, the mirage. It's not a bug. It's not a glitch. It's a mirage. Or an illusion. So that's why the message came up. It pretty much hits you in the back of the head and, you know, tells you to be smart. Smarten up. Pay attention. And this is where the Ashira are. I hope I'm saying that right. Is it Ashira? Is that the pronunciation? Or Ashira? I know it's not Ashire. They're not Canadian. Sickened Ashira. Oh, is this a bigger area? Okay, that's a tent there. I probably shouldn't be here, right? Probably shouldn't be here. I'm guessing in this area the names will be in the back, so they might be up there, maybe? The back of this plate. They are Ashira. Okay, gotcha. Ashira. Perfect. I'm gonna be in trouble, aren't I? I shouldn't be doing this. I swear, if you guys put those invisible doofuses back here, oh, we're gonna have words. One of those invisible doofuses pops out here and shanks me. Maybe back there? I don't want to go back there. Nope. 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 I don't want to risk the corpse run. Okay, so we're going to lurk a bit. I gotta drive a bit. Okay, no problem. Drive away. I typically do the same thing when I'm coming home from work and I tune into Joppa stream. Oh, that's an enchant. Okay, so the enchanter has charmed the issue. Okay. Gotcha. Enchantrix is doing. What level are these guys? Oh, I didn't con it. What about that guy? Target that guy? I can't target that guy. There we go. Oh, that one's red. So wait, what level is Chantrix? C-H-A-N. Oh, level 12. Okay. So I'm guessing that means the mobs here are around level 12. It's dangerous to go alone, find a friend. Yes, I should. They aren't on at the moment. They were supposed to be on because they asked me yesterday if I was going to be here now, and I said yes. But they are not here. Which is fine. We were able to get our smithing up 5 levels, or 5 skill points, so that's good. I will say, I don't know how the Inquisitor plays, but Threat is a little weird. I was with an Inquisitor yesterday. Now, the only assumption I can make is the Inquisitor must have been better geared than I was, but the hate, it seemed like every combat round, the Inquisitor was taking hate, and I don't know if they have more abilities than I do at this level for hate, but I found every time I tried to grab hate and hold it, I lost it to the Inquisitor. Every time. I don't know if that's the way it's supposed to be. I don't know. I don't know anything about the Inquisitor and how it plays. I know it's like a fighter or warrior and an enchanter or something. I think somebody was trying to explain to me the other day. Hello, whatever you are. Go over here. Oh, is that a stumble mummy? Nope, it's a wandering ghoul. That ghoul is red. We're going over here. We're gonna let him keep walking. Just play Eminem. Travel display in the car as it drives itself. We do live in the future. People will do that, man. People will do that when they get those automated vehicles, those automated Ubers, cabs, or what have you. Or you go buy a Tesla, do the autopilot, and people are going to sit there and play video games. I think Inquisitors and EQ2 are like evil priests. Yeah. Inquisitors and EQ2 are the offensive priests. Clerics are the defensive, Inquisitors, or Templars are the defensive, Inquisitors are the offensive. The Inquisitors have a pretty cool ability called Verdict. Typically, you would use that on a raid target, and as long as you can get the mob down to 2% of its health, Verdict will go off, and Verdict will take every bit of hit points. Kill the mob outright from 2%. And that's a big deal on raids. That's a big spider. Stumbling zombie is yellow. Giant spider is yellow. The next time we get a group out here, we should be out here killing stuff. Well, actually, when we zoned over to the infested crypt over there, they were conning yellow as well, I think. Yesterday. But there's also still Wormsbane. I'm pretty sure Wormsbane, when we were there during the playtest, we, what level were we? 8? I don't remember. We could always look for beetle carapaces too, so we can get some of that beetle armor and then break it down. That would help us with disenchanting. It would give us the enchanting dust used to make enchanted armor. Although, I think we're still a ways away from that. I think we still need like probably 10 points. A lot of copper. Oh, Curious Jackal. That's the shapeshifter. Would we be alright taking him? I think so. Oh, he didn't even transform. Benu Lakum cannot possibly get any worse. Benu Memza. Who's Benu Memza and Benu Lakum? Apparently they like jackals. Oh, look at that. Fantastic. Oh, wait, that's unusual. We need the low quality, right? Yeah, that's not what we need. We already did that, so we don't. I really do like the size of this, like when you're out here looking at the city. I like the scope of it. I still look at that like it's a building on Coruscant. See if the gang's on. Hey, Snaps, what's going on? Right on. Okay, what do I want to do here? Beetles, right? That's what I said? Right on. Just waiting for the raid. Where are you, Beetles? Green Beetles. Why? Yeah, I just checked the launcher myself like 10 minutes ago and there was no update. But they didn't announce a delay, which was interesting. They usually announce the delay. Maybe. It's always good to carry some wood with you, chat. You never know when you might have to put a campfire down. Why's my chat window not... That's weird. Wasn't spacing properly. That's a good question. I'm not sure. Check for ore. Right. Right. Mhm. Right. No node there. No green beetles either. There. It won't take that long. It's not like it's gonna cost you anything. They're gonna have them on there. You'll probably pay nothing for them. Man, we're not having luck with ore nodes. We should probably find the sickle, huh? Try and get these plants. You're asking the wrong person. Yeah. Pickaxe there. There's competition. Hello, Penny. More competition. What are you following me for? Don't be following me. Yeah. Move on. Trying to, what is it? Yakumayum? Hello. What are the chances that's a crack staff? I think that's a great staff. Pretty sure it's a great staff. If it's a crack staff, we're laughing. Great staff. That's still worth something. Okay, so the ore's got to be somewheres where people might not frequent the location. We got the one that was already there. Maybe over there? You coming over to check here? I think you're coming over to check here. Got it. I still need the bracer. I was hoping we might see some new loot this evening. Hello, Jackal. Yeah, but heals are an issue. I don't see the node over there. Mind you, that person just came from there with a pickaxe. Mm-hmm. EQ2 had interesting class designs? Yes, they did. Here we go. It was alright. I was able to leave early. You got me there, Zers, Ziz, Zix, many Zeds. How'd you make out running with Joppa? Hello. Just to be safe. Nope. Mm-hmm. We need the copper, chat. Copper. It's gotta happen. I ran around here and there's not many people here at the moment, so this is prime time to try and get what we can. You stay right there on that rock. You stay right there on that rock. Yep, you stay right there. You look at me. You look at me. And you're like, uh-oh, he got this one. Oh, you're on me? Let's hope you have cloth. Yes, chat, we picked a bone with that skeleton. No, chat, I did not just say that. I mean, maybe I should start a class. I prefer mining at the north gate for copper. Hey, Wreckage, how you doing? Sir. Well, sir, so formal. Having fun tonight? I am. Well, we haven't gotten up to a whole lot this evening. I had to get some mining done. We had to get some copper. What was that? Yep. We, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, we had to go around and do some mining in order to get some skill up some blacksmithing. We managed to go from 13 to 18, so that was pretty cool. It's a start. We found disenchanting and enchanting yesterday, so I'm trying to see what I can do to start making enchanted armor. I'm probably getting ahead of myself as I'm only level 7. I really should be out there running dungeons. But I'm in game and I'm doing it. And if you were to ask me a week ago if I'd be doing this, I would honestly tell you nope. And yet here I am. It's a problem. Or I shouldn't say it's a problem, it's an issue. But, I'm not in a rush. I'm never in a rush. I know there are players out here, I think, that are like level 30 now. You know, we're only 3 days in. And then 4 days in. But I am not in a rush. We'll run around and see what we can see. I don't want to outlevel content. I don't want to be level 14 and be asked to go in and tank a level 7 dungeon. Mining is so mind-numbing. I love mind-numbing activities. Yeah. You guys really shouldn't quit whatever jobs you have at the moment. And you're comedians. You guys talking about, like, VR? Yeah. People from VR, even people from Monsters and Memories work from home. Yeah, but you have to remember, these people spend a lot of time not getting paid anything. You wouldn't do it. People out there wouldn't do it. Most of my viewers wouldn't do it, but they're doing it because they want these games to come out. So don't just, don't automatically make assumptions. But they work for nothing to make this stuff happen. So I'm not saying they're looking for attention or sympathy or whatever, but you got to give them kudos for, running full steam ahead. What am I look? Nope, beetles. We need wool, don't we? Where does wool come from? I must have to go to another zone. I probably have to go to like 10 plus mobs. Find wool. I don't think we can skill up anymore. Yeah, see, it's light blue. We don't have wool. We're not going to get skill ups on that. Look, survival's only 7. 2 levels of bandages. We're not getting skill ups on. Yeah, see? No skill ups. Boo. Oh, it just went to 8. Hey, we got something. Okay, alright. I'll take 1 point. I'll take 1 point. Oh, that reminds me. Is it? Well, no. No, never mind. Never mind. I'm not going to ask that. Yeah, I'm not going to ask that. Wait, what about the torches? Can we finally use a torch? Oh, it's actually working now. It wasn't working for me yesterday. We have the resin. We have the wood. It's too much wood. We don't... Do y'all enjoy role-playing in-game? So, I don't... Because I stream, I don't know if I could stick to a role-playing mentality a la Grand Theft Auto, for those who are familiar with GTA roleplay. As far as an ogre, I don't think I'd be like, me, Krushnek, blah, whatever, because there's no voice comms per se for games like Monsters and Memories or Pantheon. Would I type like an ogre? Sure, I could do that. Years ago, when EQ first came out, probably around, I want to say 2003, 2002, 2003. So we're 2 or 3 years into EverQuest. No, I'm probably wrong there. It's whenever the role-playing server launched on EQ. I think it was FV, right? Furiona V was the, or Furiona Vi was the role-playing server, I think. I remember going there, and I was much younger and sillier at the time, but I remember going there and rolling an ogre warrior. And I forget where we were, but myself and like 16 guild members of mine and most of the server role-played for like, I don't know, 10 days straight. Every time somebody logged in and typed in chat, elves were hating on ogres. They were better than ogres. Ogres were talking with typos and missing words, and yeah, it was pretty hilarious for about 10 days. And then after that, I guess some people probably got tired of it and went back to their normal speak, but a lot of us stayed in character, and it led to some funny moments, but over time it wears on the best of us. But I definitely hammed it up as an ogre. I don't know if I could do it today. I really don't. How are we doing on copper anyways? 24. It's gonna be a race to this rock. Oh no, he went for the wood. There it is, I see it. Nope, you keep coming. Nope, 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 nope. What? How'd I only get 2 harvests out of a rich node? Dudes. That's gotta be broken, right? Shouldn't a rich node have more than 3 swings? Or 3 yields? Isn't that why it's a rich node? I got 2 copper out of that. GTA RP is a lot, but MMORP could be more chill. True, true. You don't have to interact as frequent or often. That is true. This was posted in Pantheon. We're still awaiting information regarding the patch time scheduling. Hopefully to have it soon, and we'll update when we have it. So they might do it on the raid. Haha, that person with the pickaxe just ran past. Thank you. I mean, a rich node shouldn't have a poor yield, right? Right? Let's think about that for a second. A rich node, by definition, should not have a poor yield. I don't think I've hit a regular copper node that's only given me 2 yields. I'm pretty sure it's always been 3, and sometimes 4. It's never been 1. But 2 on a rich seems weird. Just saying. Oh, he got that node. I don't see a node there. That was a bit of a turn. So that's your nephew? Yep, blah, 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 dead. Uh-huh, what? Oh, somebody just went over there. Gotcha. We got more people out here now. We got the side by side. This is rare. We got the trifecta. All 3 nodes. Couldn't ask for anything better. Except for a quadfecta? We're gonna make that a thing? Nope. No quadfecta. This doesn't count because there was a gap. We'll let them get that one over there, since they ran over there. How are we doing on ore? We can't sell brittle stone. Can we sell brittle stone to the shady dude? I don't know if he'll buy it. Oh, he does. We don't use allanite ore as of yet. The scarab legs. Need to keep the wood. Need the carapace. Staff we can... Good. Oh, actually. No. $12 and $8. Water flask will buy 8. And ration. Come on, Carapace. Nope. Wait a minute. Are you social with a beetle? Oh no, I popped the shout and it hit. Okay. Never mind. I popped the shout and it hit the rat. I'm like, why'd the rat aggro? Did Pantheon patch today? Not that I know of, Lost. Not as of yet. It seems like they're still working on it, though. I was given an update earlier. It says they're still working on the timetable. So it might happen during the raid. Shitty buys most things very low. Yeah. They're the con artists, which I think is a pretty cool option. But I guess that means somebody buys brittle stone for more than a copper? That's interesting. You might have to run around and look for them. We get a lot of brittle stone. Copper Great Scythe, 1044. Copper War Lance, 1146. The stone they don't buy for more? Okay, gotcha. Well, that's good, though. Looking for high-level blacksmith service. Who would be a high-level blacksmith 4 days in? That to me, there's no way that's a thing. That seems impossible. And before any of you start typing nonsense, you better justify your reasoning as to why somebody would be a high-level blacksmith 4 days in. Don't feed me no nonsense. Actually, why don't we go make those bars? One guy's making steel. Skill level 160. How? Oh, it could be people feeding them. Right, I forgot. Yeah, you're right. It's probably feeding. I forgot about that. Yeah, there's probably people feeding. Yeah. You guys are right about the feed. I wasn't thinking about feeding. That's what it is. That would do it. Okay, so we have 38 copper, 38 ingots. Sorry about the Crocs comment. Crocs will be a lot better cash once you in them. Oh, it's just after 7. Okay, chat, we're going to have to switch over to Pantheon for a little bit because I think they're setting up to do the raid. So we're going to go help them with the raid if they need us. If they don't need us, we'll be back over here. But they'll be ready to start in about 30 minutes. Oh, the hammer's in the bank. So, level 19 opened up this at EvenCon. So enchanted copper plate is skill level 19, but we need to make enchanted copper bars. But we don't have the recipe here. So does that mean smelting has to be higher than 25 for it to unlock? No, we have to take... wait. But the enchanting bag only has one slot, right? No, the disenchanting has one slot. Right, so we must have to get the copper bar, the enchanting dust, put it into the enchanting thing, and then make the bar that way, right? Right. We have bars on us right now. Try this and see if it works. Actually, I really shouldn't. I really should switch over. I was multi-watching streamers down and getting overwhelmed. That can happen, man. Like, people need to realize, like, streaming is like, I mean, streaming's been around since, like, 2011. I think Justin TV, 2011 roughly. Switched over to Twitch, I want to say in 2013. Or just after that. That's when I came in. I came in at the end of Justin TV, beginning of Twitch. It's become people's TV. You know, a lot of people, they go on about ads, and they go on about this, and they go on about that, and they go on about time of day, and they're not available, and da-da-da. Streamers are your entertainment, face it. Doesn't matter. Period. Streamers are entertainment. It's your new TV. It's live action, it's live response. You watch a bunch of streamers, maybe they pay you no attention at all. You come in here where I talk too much, and I end up paying attention to everybody. So that stuff happens, but it's, you know, for the viewers, it's your entertainment. It's what it comes down to. It's what people watch. I got people that turn my stream on and go to bed. I got people that turn my stream on when they're working. I got people that turn my stream on when they have friends over and they all sit there and they laugh and whatever else. Oh yes, I've been sent messages and videos. Nice to see a lot of people here, though. And this is just here. Lockjaw. I'm pretty sure that's Evils from Pantheon. Okay, so we have more gems to put away for the time being. I'm pretty sure gems come into play with smithing, but I don't know what does what. So, we close that. Put that there for the time. We need resin? I think resin's just for torches, right? That's the hammer and chisel. Why are we carrying that on us? Oh, because we were using it to break down what we crafted. Okay, so we... No. Put that there. That's the Tome of Enchantment. Okay, so this should be where we put the bar, right? I don't even know if this is gonna work. Ah, look at that. Okay. Fantastic. It worked. Now, can we do stacks and then do one at a time? Let's see what happens here. No, it's gotta be one at a time. Okay, time sync. Wait, can we hold control and just get one? Ah, yo, just like EQ. We shouldn't be doing this, chat, because we're not high enough to make this stuff. But I'm doing it anyways. It's leveling up my enchanting. What is wrong with me? I have a problem. I haven't quite switched over yet. I'm about to switch over in, as long as it takes me to do 14 combines. I gotta say, one thing I appreciate is that I can do this with these bags being in the bank, and I don't have to take them out, and I don't have to move things around, and it's great. Please keep it this way. For the love of all that's simple, please keep it this way. Oops. A little bit of a lag delay. Oh, I picked up all of them. What is happening? I was holding... What is... Okay, hang on. What is it? Okay. Okay, I don't know what just happened there. I think that was lag. Alright, hang on. Stop. So, we're not doing anything with the mouse. The mouse is right there. We're not doing anything. Now, I'm going to go control and click and get 1. Nope, I got 5. Now I got 1 and 5. Okay, now I'm going to do the same thing to the bar. Okay. Okay, so it looked like we completed 100%. What did we get our skill up to? 5. So we got to skill level 5 in enchanting, and then we made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 without a skill up. That's rough. That's some bad RNG right there. Alright, so we have that. That's the regular stuff. So the regular stuff will go there. Put that with the crystals so that it jogs my memory. We'll leave all that as is. Everything's in the bag there. We have bandages here, which should go there. Carapace we'll keep in case we get a second one. The scarab legs we can put in the bank for now until we get more green shells. Steam Ripper will keep on us. We can switch between the 2 bags when we get stuff. Hammer and Chisel. We should probably... Can Hammer and Chisel break... Can Hammer and Chisel break down dropped gear too? I'm guessing it can, right? Like if we had a metal breastplate drop, we'd probably break it down. Well, no, we'd have to be at a forge anyway, so it doesn't matter. Right. Have to be at a forge. Okay, so we have that, we have inventory, we have light source if need. We have those in the bank waiting to be broken down once we get a little higher. So we need to find regular pelts to break down. I don't want to risk breaking these down until we get some more points. I'm afraid to touch them. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, chat, we're going to need some time to switch over. We're going to check and see what's going on with the raid. And we'll see what's going on there. If they don't need me, like I said, we'll be back over here. Oh, this is going to be a real problem, chat. We're going into the weekend now. What am I going to do? I'm going to have to go to the store. I'm going to have to buy a bunch of crap to shelter in place. It's a bad idea. I should be doing auditions, and it's not going to happen. I know it's not going to happen. Alright, Saturday, our goal Saturday will be pickup groups. Oh, hang on a second. We'll see if we can meet up with some people, randoms, just see what's going on, see how it plays out. I don't want to rely on waiting for people in case they're not available. Still no patch. Fortunate. But they got to do what they got to do. Get the patch when we get the patch. I'm going to go ahead and jump over to their server. Okay, we gotta sign in. Gotta update the game before people take my head off. Hang on a second, chat. Hey, Justin, what's happening? How you doing? I don't even craft and I already have hair on my chest. Does that mean anything? You don't have enough, man. You don't have enough. I don't seem so toxic tonight. I know, right? What's going on? It must be because it's Wednesday. How 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 long how long are we gonna carry this on? My my crew, my Pantheon crew, still won't leave it alone. All last night, all they could do was slide in one-liners here and there. Dude, I feel like I shouldn't have brought it up. It was, it was, it was, it was good. Oh my. You know, like, people are entitled to their opinions, man. Put me in, coach. What's going on, Dermot? Can't believe tomorrow's already Thursday. Yeah, I agree, dude. I agree. This week in particular, and you know what? I'm gonna blame Masha's memory. No, I'm just kidding. Well, no, I'm not kidding. It probably is Masha's memories. I spent so much time in there that time just disappeared. The rest of my life feels so short, but it's because I spent so much time, right? Let's just admit it. We'll get it out of the way. The first step of the 12-step program is to admit it. The second step is to make everybody forget that you admitted it and make them think like it was their fault. And this is just day 4. That's right, this is just day 4. Are you kidding? Dude, if I get into my teens on a character and I end up in armor and we end up running dungeons, I'm done for. I'm 1000% done for. So done for. You hate Thursday because you gotta go back to work on Friday? Bummer. A loving robot had a lot more people on his stream than usual, I saw. What, today, you mean? That's cool. Maybe that means that, you know, viewers checking out all the streamers streaming the game, they're like, what? This guy's one of the devs? Let's go check him out. That's great, though. That's fantastic. I know you're not toxic and doing it all in good fun. Yeah. It's some people might think I'm toxic. I don't think I'm toxic, but some people might think I'm toxic. I don't know what to tell you. I'm more perturbed at the accusation that I yell at my chat. I haven't yelled at anybody, I think, since I was 7. And that's when I thought the chocolate bar that I tried to steal from a store was mine. And the manager tried to tell me it wasn't. I think I was 7. Let me tell you, I got spooned to the knuckles when I got home. Didn't do it again. Nope. All hail Darth Krushnek the Toxic, Lord of the Venomous Tongue, Master of Caustic Remarks across the multi-MMO-verse. My guildies, I posted, whatever. Anna, are you watching the stream? Wish you were here earlier. Darth Krushnek the Toxic. I think what... Oh, I did not just do that. Oh, Kellogg's has cornflakes. What is this nonsense? Man. That's supposed to happen. You know, now that I'm climbing, or now that I got these boots, they feel justifiable for climbing, right? When you look at them. They feel like they serve the same purpose as crampons. Giveaway hope? Oh, is that what they're doing? He's doing... Is he doing a giveaway? I mean, giveaways always draw in more people. Giveaways, drops, all that stuff. It's great for streamers. It'd be perfect for a developer. Robot doesn't really? Gotcha. He's more focused on the game, I'm guessing? Obviously, he'd be more focused on the game. Sword is so awesome. Okay, how are we geared? We got our resists, we got our resists. Strength, stamina, strength. Stamina, agility. Strength. Yeah, we should be good. Pretty much just Nick bots. Hey Ryan, the gifted sub drops are big for streamers too. Oh yeah, yes. Hope you're enjoying M&M. I can't decide Shadow Knight alt or fighter, but it's definitely going to be an ogre race. Well, I'm working on a fighter. We'll see what happens. I'm working on a fighter currently. It'll be better when I can get into groups. Like, when I can get into dungeons. Being in a group and running around outside is one thing, but being in a dungeon, like, that's my jam. That's when I come alive. So, we'll see what happens. I really enjoyed the play test that we did like a month ago. The Saturday, Sunday. Particularly the Sunday, because we ended up Sunday evening in that Wormsbane dungeon for a couple hours. That was pretty cool. Not gonna lie. I wish I'd had more time to crawl it, so we'll see what happens this time around. Oh wow, that was a fast render. They want us to jump over to Shard 2 first. That. Push by lymphedema better. It really limits how much it. Right, well, Justin, man, I got my fingers crossed for you, dude. Question: 21 damage, 2.5 delay, or 7? What are the two weapons? Monk hand to hand. Truth be told, because you already have abilities like Flurry, I'd probably go 21 damage, 2.5 delay. Yeah, I'd probably go for the higher damage as opposed to the faster delay. 4 points is significant. Feels bad when only 0.1% of the population has this. Yeah, for sure. Oh, hey, yes, a boot, or whatever stereotype you guys want to use. Don't you know, Every now and then, stop with the talks. Every now and then, rarely, you'll catch me with an A. I'm on the East Coast. I live in the land that doesn't exist. Oh, really? Tonight, as opposed to all the other times? Tonight? Gotcha. He put it in the patch notes. He said, "All hail," what was it? "All hail Darth Krushnek the Toxic. He of the venomous tongue, spewer of caustic something." I can't remember. It was a whole toxic spiel. Yeah. The toxic stuff is spreading, chat. Toxic stuff is spreading. What, dude, man, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. Toxic. Whatever. This is coming from people who I believe aren't playing Pantheon anymore, and I still play Pantheon. As far as influencers and streamers go, I'm like the last great hope right now. I'm really like the only one streaming on a regular basis. I think people out there probably don't like my takes or my input because it's against the majority of what I think Pantheon should be or how it should perform, as you guys know that have been here. And I think someone's just butthurt that I ended up in Monsters and Memories and they didn't. I think that's what it came down to. I could be wrong, but I think I'm pretty close. If I was throwing a dart, I just got 20 points. So, what do we have? Hang on now. Who is she gonna be on? Harry, right? Okay. Alright, there we go. Sorry, chat, I had to set up a group invite macro for this. Get those in the U.S. Oh, the time change. Yeah. Time changes this weekend. You have an obsidian baton? Okay. There are a lot of endgame monks running around with the obsidian baton, so you might want to use that. If you take a look at Krushnek, I'll show you. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da. So for those who might not be familiar, we're playing Pantheon, Rise of the Fallen. We're currently in the present endgame content known as the Ash Breathers Enclave. That's Ash, A-S-H. We're on our way to a raid encounter by the name of Teldadris. She's the individual that has come here and corrupted the region. We found out about the corruption, and, you know, we're pretty much here to put her down. Hopefully. Oh, he got obliterated. Excuse me. Hey, Vorlex, what's happening? How you doing, man? Man, I thought we were gonna start seeing you now. What's going on there? You still got holdups or what have you? Excuse me. A snapper no chi storm will only make him top DPS. Rough holdups. Tell you in Discord Friday. Hey, no worries, my friend. No worries. Whenever you get back in the game, you get back in the game. I was just hoping it wasn't things took a turn or what have you. Is this game any good? I really enjoyed ISO. I've been playing this game pretty religiously for the last 3 years. I've been playing pretty much every single day. I've had 8 warriors, 20 characters. Quite a bit of content in the game currently for the first continent. First continent's not finished yet. We're hoping to have it mostly finished by the summer. We still have 2 other continents coming in. You will find people that speak highly of the game like I do. You will find people on the exact opposite side. Those individuals probably shouldn't be in a game that's in development. And that's the truth. And that goes for other games that are in development, like Monsters and Memories and so on. There are people who probably not the right people to be in a game where things could change at any moment, because a lot of people tend to get their panties in a twist and they overreact quite quickly, fervently, and as far as I'm concerned, ignorantly. But it's just my opinion. But I have a lot of input and data for those scenarios, so I feel justified in saying exactly what I just said. When you're itching to get into a game that's in development, you have to accept that you could lose everything tomorrow. I've already been through I've already lost characters. Just focusing on Pantheon. A few months ago last year, most of the Pantheon community was just completely went up in arms because, talking about character wipe, get rid of my character. I put so much time to... I don't mean offense to those of you out there who were in that situation, but you need to legitimately look into a mirror, because you shouldn't be in a game that's in development. A game that's in development means you could lose your character, you could lose your in-game home, you could lose gear, you could lose a zone, you could have the game shut down on you. I've had that happen. I was part of the Vanguard development, Vanguard Saga of Heroes. I lost that game. For as much time as you guys have seen me play Pantheon, those that have been here over the last few years, I put that same determination behind Vanguard because I wanted Vanguard to be the next EQ. And they didn't listen to us towards the end of... It's a story for another... I'll tell it another day, but I was with the 35 other individuals that helped build Vanguard that wasn't part of Sigil Games. And it was... dude. My stream has heard the story like 50 times, I think, in the last 3 years. Well, I shouldn't say 3 years, probably in the last 10 years. But long story short, because I tend to get long-winded, I really like Pantheon. My viewers here that have been here will tell you the same thing. I believe I'm one of the best warriors in the game. I believe I'm one of the best geared in the game. I believe I'm one of the most knowledgeable in the game. And I know it sounds egotistical, but I'm going to tell you again, I've been playing this game non-stop for the last 3 years. I don't do static groups. Everything's been pug groups for the most part the whole time. I've killed everything in the game over and over and over again. Yeah. And now I'm actually juggling both games because now, silly me, decided to give Monsters and Memories a go, and I'm starting to dig it. and that's going to be a problem. and that's all I'm going to say on that. Is it's going to be a problem. It is going to be an issue. Sorry, issue, not problem, issue. You played Vanguard? So long. I'll say this much, ISO, as far as Vanguard goes. A month or so before the beta ended. Now, I'm going to use terms that some of you probably aren't familiar with, because today you've heard early access. Today you've heard about alphas, pre-alphas, etc. Scratch all that. A long time ago, there was beta, gold, and launch. That's how it went. Beta was your whole development. Alpha was not a thing. Pre-alpha was not a thing. Storyboards, maybe. But it was beta and then gold. And gold status is when you have a completed project from A to Z that everything seems to mesh together, that you can stamp on a CD and put in a box and send it out to people. That's called going gold, or that was called going gold. I don't know if they still use that term today or not. I don't know. But it was beta, gold, and then launch. So a month and a bit before the beta ended, they implemented a really large update to the game, to the Ancient Port Warehouse, I think is what it was called. It was supposed to be the end game content for Vanguard, and it was going to lead into the raiding. Anyways, when they implemented the update, they broke the game. Up until that point, everything was flawless. Crafting worked, adventuring worked, diplomacy worked, everything spawned, all the gear was right, all the skills worked, whatever. They put this very massive or very large update into Vanguard, and it broke just about everything. Diplomacy wouldn't play out properly, crafting wouldn't complete recipes, you couldn't get certain items, certain ingredients or reagents weren't spawning properly, the world mobs weren't spawning properly, things were pathing weird, all sorts of stuff started happening. And myself, and I want to say myself and 5 other individuals of the 36 that were in the beta spent a week on MSN Messenger, for those who know what MSN Messenger is, and I specifically say MSN Messenger, and we argue. I hate to use the word argue. I passionately defended them rolling back the update, letting us get the game in its near flawless state, launch it that way, and then take the next 2-3 months or whatever to give us time to level up, and then push the update once they find out how to fix it. I was told on 3 different occasions, we have time, we know what we're doing, don't worry about it. That's what I was told by Sigil. Long story short, they didn't have the time, they didn't have a fix, the game launched still broken, and it took them... And yes, I sound sour, because yes I would, because I put a lot of time into Vanguard. And I think it took them like 9 months to finally release a patch that fixed most of what was wrong. But by then, they'd already shot themselves in both feet, the knees, the groin, the chest, the head, the hands twice, revived themselves and shot themselves all over. Like, it was just no good. Like 85% of the population was gone. The game became a disaster. And I promise you, it was great before that update. It was, dude, it was so cool. And it just didn't go. And no, it wasn't a scam like some other MMOs. No, none of this stuff. They had a product and it worked. But they broke it. They told us they had time to fix it. I believe in my business head what happened was, because SOE was the publisher, SOE being Sony Online Entertainment, I believe SOE went to Sigil and said, listen, you guys have been building this game long enough, get it out the door now, we want to see some money, we need some ROI. And I believe they were pressured to release the game in its state. I can't prove it, but in my business mind, those are the steps that I see. I see that SOE said, get the game out the door now, let's start making some money. And it didn't work. Not at all. Anyhow, I've been in the McQuaidverse for a long time. And that would be Brad McQuaid, who was the creative individual behind EverQuest, the creative individual behind Vanguard, and the creative individual behind Pantheon, this game here, before he passed, unfortunately, a few years ago. And yes, I've labeled it the McQuaidverse. Nobody's ever said that before in their life, and they probably never will, but I will say McQuaidverse because I made it up. So I've been in the McQuaidverse for a long time. Oh, I gotta back up. If our swords proc, we're gonna pull all the beetles. See? See? Their sword just went off and they aggroed the beetle. My old memory is foggy. Was Vanguard the one where bards could write their own songs? Did they write their own songs? I don't think they wrote their own songs, but they built their songs, I believe. Like, they were able to mix their songs together to create others. If that's what you mean, yes, that's what the bard did. The bard was able to take... Okay, so, I'm going to spoil some stuff for you guys. Now, maybe VR doesn't do this, but I'm going to tell you right now. All you guys out there going on about the bard, the way the bard was initially intended to be done was that you were going to go out and quest and raid and explore and what have you, and you would find sheet music out in the world, a lot of it, and then you were supposed to have the ability to compose your own songs based on these pages. Think of it like socketing in different songs, and depending on what pages you socketed determined what buffs or benefits the song had. That's the exact same thing in Vanguard. And if you guys have never seen it, it's too bad, because it's probably one of the most awesomest, and awesomest is a word for this conversation, but it's one of the most awesomest things I've ever seen for a class. The other awesomest thing was a class called the Blood Mage, or was it the Disciple? I think it was the Blood Mage. Anyways, both in Vanguard. Vanguard was going to be the next big thing. It was going to be the next big thing. Diplomacy was phenomenal, the Blood Mage was phenomenal, the Disciple was phenomenal, and the Bard was phenomenal. But again, as I just told you guys, it didn't happen. And nobody's duplicated the diplomacy aspect. I thought diplomacy was fantastic. Like, what a cool idea. So, for those who don't know, let me give you some more gaming history while these guys are setting up, situating, or what have you. So, diplomacy in Vanguard was like a mini-game. It was one of the first mini-games that came to an MMORPG. It was kind of like the card game in some of the Final Fantasy games. I think like Final Fantasy VIII, Final Fantasy IX, I think roughly. With diplomacy. So, the way Vanguard worked, it had three circles. What's the word I'm looking for? Three, what am I, guys? The three circles. What are they called? Trinity. The Trinity. They had diplomacy, they had adventuring, and they had crafting. Think of it like the Olympic rings. So 3 rings in a triangle, right? The cool thing about this was, once you hit, I believe, level 10 in any one of those 3, you could be anything you wanted. If you wanted to be a level 50 diplomat and never adventure and never craft, you could do that. If you wanted to be a level 50 crafter and never adventure and never do diplomacy, you could do that. If you wanted to be 2 of the 3 or all 3, you could do that. But diplomacy was, you would start at level 1, you would do a series of quests where you would play these parlay encounters with NPCs. Over time, you would build experience, build levels, earn rewards, which would be more cards for your deck that did different things. Think of it like Magic the Gathering, as far as the mana goes, because there were 4 different colors. There was blue, red, yellow, and green. And each one was a certain faction or disposition. And these 4 dispositions were shared among all the inhabitants of the game world. So you could be over in a goblin cave killing goblins, and all of a sudden you find an orc over there that's a prisoner, and the orc might have a parlay option for a diplomat, in which case you would do your parlay option. Maybe you end up learning some information about a treasure chest somewheres, maybe you find out about a quest, maybe you get a rare card that nobody else would have, that kind of thing. But one of the cool things about diplomacy is, you could send 5 diplomats to a major city. And when you went into the city, you could go to 5 different points in that city and coordinate within like 5 minutes, 5-6 minutes, an event where all 5 diplomats would take place in 5 parlays with 5 NPCs in the city. And if you could trigger all 5 victories, you had the ability to trigger buffs over the city. So for example, 5% XP bonus for an hour and a half. So you go ahead, you do the event, you unlock that, you choose the XP buff, and poof, it goes up over the city. Every single player in the game world would run to the town, step inside the border, get that buff or buffs if you had more than one running, and leave, and they'd all be buffed with those buffs. Like, I'm telling you, it was gonna be, I can't say enough good things about that friggin' game, but man, what they did to us at the end of beta was, man. If I was somebody who would have cried, I would have cried. Like, dude, they busted it. Oh my goodness. It was going to be so cool. And nobody's bothered to look at duplicating it. Like, they made a whole game out of factions. It's wild the work they put in to make factions its own thing of a game. Like, yeah. Anyways, I could go on. I've been around a while, chat. I played everything. Don't worry about it. You want to compare games and tell me something's better than EQ? You're not going to work. You could try. You're going to fail horribly. It's going to happen. I played all of them. The AOC, Lineage, Meridian 59, Horizons, Ultima Online, Warhammer Online, Aeon, Maple Story, My Little Pony, Toontown, City of Heroes, DC Universe Online, EverQuest 1, EverQuest 2, EverQuest Landmark. I think the only MMORPG I never got into was Ashes. And we know what happened there. Star Wars Galaxies? Star Wars Galaxies was fantastic. I played Star Wars Galaxies back before the NGE, if you know, you know. When the NGE happened, I think I left like 2 months after. I was not a fan of the NGE. And for those who don't know, the NGE was the new game experience, and they went and changed a bunch of stuff. So for those who don't know, in the beginning, Star Wars Galaxies, the Jedi was virtually an impossible class to get. You had to do a lot. So some of you might be familiar with EVE Online. You might realize that you need to use real-world time to progress in EVE Online, so it can take years to do stuff. To be a Jedi in Star Wars Galaxies, it was the same thing. And a lot of the population uproared about it. So a lot of people stopped playing because they couldn't get to that point where they could start their training to become a Jedi. So they went and did the new game experience, the NGE. I think it was called the NGE. I'm pretty sure that's what we all called it. And they allowed it so that if you picked certain 3 classes and went through their leveling, once you got all 3 classes to a certain point, you could automatically go into the Jedi trials and turn your tune into a Jedi. And the faithful said, what is this nonsense? You've just made everybody a Jedi, and then people just stopped playing. Which is very unfortunate, because Star Wars Galaxies was a fantastic experience. I think they were trying to talk to me in Pantheon, and I was too busy talking to you guys. I didn't hear nothing. I didn't hear a word. Whoops. Whoops. I'm missing Malkale and Carrie. I think Carrie's going to be a little late, but I don't have Malkale. One of the cool things about Star Wars Galaxies, for those who never played Star Wars Galaxies, the community could build a city. There were it was the first game that introduced player-built cities. Players would actually go to these large swaths of land on Star Wars lore planets, and they would build entire cities. They would have merchants, stores, houses, armor shops, weapon shops, droid repair, whatever. Not so much Star Citizen, but Eve. We have 4 at the moment without care. Okay, we gotta change our loadout. Funny I use that word, because we're being asked to help with something, and I want to make sure I don't get accidentally face punched in. Mm-mm. Actually, should we use... Oh, which one should we use? I have a dilemma. What's our dex? 39? Nah, we'll stick with that. We'll play it safe. We'll play it safe. I want a victory. Okay, so education time for those who haven't seen this encounter. With Tel Daedrus is a 5-stage encounter, so we're gonna go through 5 stages with her. I'm hoping we're successful. She can be tricky, especially on Phase 4. Phase 4 can arguably be the worst stage out of all of them. The first stage, we're gonna jump in and engage her where she stands for the most part. Phase 2, we're gonna move her because of an ability she has. Phase 3, we're gonna move her again, and we're gonna have to watch for specific ads. Phase 4, that's a whole other thing in itself that I'll explain when we get there. And then Phase 5 is pretty much the wind down. Phase 4 has proven to be the most difficult. Biggest twink I ever saw in game was in gear levels. Level 10 paladin with her soulfire. You wanna know the biggest twink I ever saw? There was a sword in game called Earthshaker. And Earthshaker had an ability called Earthquake. And Earthshaker, in the beginning, didn't have a level requirement. Earthshaker was a level 30 to 40 weapon, 2-hand sword. It had a proc called Earthquake that didn't scale. When it went off, you hit for the max damage. So to give you an idea, you take an Earthshaker, very few people had one. Out of thousands of people playing EQ, 6 people might have had an Earthshaker. You give an Earthshaker to your level 1 toon, you send them out into Kinos, you round up every single mob in the courtyard, you run them to the toon that's apparently going to get mutilated, and then that sword triggers once and one-shots every single mob. It left swaths of corpses everywhere. and your character would level 5-6 levels at a time just from that sword. SOE had realized what was going on, and they ended up putting a level requirement on Earthquake. I think they put it at like level 40 something, I think. But it used to not have a level requirement. That's back when the game, I mean, arguably you could say that weapon was broken. We have 4, and yes, we look fully buffed. But yeah, Earthshaker was crazy. I think it was, I'm pretty sure it was Earthshaker. And the ability was Earthquake. I know the ability was Earthquake. But there was no level requirement on it, so you just kept handing it to your level 1 tunes. Then you'd pass it to your friend. Hang on a second, chat. I gotta figure out. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it was from the golem in the hole, right? Was it the hole? I don't remember. Yeah, that's him. That's him, old school. Hey, Adrian, what's happening? Do we know when the wipe will happen? Sometime between March 21st and June 21st. Hey, Dynamic. Wizard's nearly 50. Fantastic. Okay, well, we got everything we're gonna need for this, I think so. The question is, do I throw a banner down? I feel like I have to. Yeah, I gotta throw a banner down. They're explaining the encounter right now. We have a few people here that are new to the fight. So this should be interesting. I don't feel so bad for carrying a 24 slot bag of gear with me now. Yeah. Right. Oh, you mean my inventory? Okay, so to all you inventory complainers out there, Their whole goal with your character, when all things are said and done, and we have 3 continents and 30 zones and a whole bunch of stuff to do, they're expecting you to take up inventory space with gear for all sorts of situations. A lot of people don't do that right now. I do all the time. That's why I'm awesome, because all this stuff helps me be better than other people who don't do that stuff. And I tell everybody to do that stuff, and they still don't do it. So, when they die and I stay alive, it's because of those bags right there. That's not just junk. That's not me being lazy and not going to a merchant. All that stuff does something based on where I am and what I'm doing. They want you to have to carry multiple armor sets, whether you keep it on your person or whether you put it in the bank, it doesn't matter. They want you to carry your jewelry, they want you to carry weapons, they want you to carry consumables, clickies, whatever. You were told you don't need all that? Right. They just threw it in there just for shits and giggles. That's all. They just threw it in there just so they could start people being toxic. I mean, I found out recently that I am toxic. So that's probably why. I'm probably toxic now because of the inventory. They're full of baloney, old school. If I didn't have my resists right now where they are, I'm as good as dead in this fight, 100 times over. So please don't believe them. They got something wrong between their ears. Just don't listen to them. Listen to me. Listen to me. I got you. And I'll say this. I can say I got you because my entire early access playthrough is on my YouTube page. So if you go over to YouTube and look for my name, you'll find 400 videos of everything going back to last December. When I tell you something about this game, the proof is there, you can see for yourself. You're not taking me at my word, and you're not taking me because I type text. The rest of you, I have to make judgments on taking your word by text. But I have video proof. It's all over there. I did that on purpose. So my T's are crossed and my I's are dotted, just so you know. I would never blow smoke to you guys. I need you guys to play this game. I want you guys to want to play this game. And in about a month's time, I can probably say the exact same thing about Monsters and Memories now, because apparently I'm ridiculous and I'm in there too. Now that I think about it, I think I'm the only person on the internet actively streaming both games. Food for thought. So you have no choice. You gotta listen to me. Period. You don't have a choice. I'm sorry, was all that toxic? Alright, when this fight starts, chat, I'm gonna have to ignore you guys because I've been asked to do something and I've got to make sure I focus on it. I don't want to screw it up. Carry cold acclimation gear, fire resist, rum pants. Speaking of acclimation, I carry all mine too. Blue, green, and red. Got it all. Highest level. Got it all. I'm telling yous, you're gonna need to do all this stuff. Don't listen to anybody else and don't look at me and tell me I'm crazy. I'm telling you, you're gonna need to have all that stuff with you. People will get to a point where they will pay attention to how much damage you take during fights, and they may include or exclude you from future endeavors. Resists are very important in this game. They're very important in this game. Is armorsmith worth getting or go leatherworking? For this game, ISO, I'm going to be honest with you right now. Remember earlier I said everybody's got to listen to me. Don't jump into crafting just yet. Wait for the spring update because crafting needs a rework. However, if you want to take time with the next 2-3 months getting familiar with how crafting works in-game, what class are you playing? Because I would recommend the trade skill based on your class. If you're looking to find a trade skill that you could sell armor and make some money, I wouldn't do it right now. Very few people are buying stuff. You need bags, then you would want to do outfitting. So you'd want to go to the leather building, the leather outfitter building, in Avelia or Sohirith, wherever you start. Outfitting and leatherworking will get you your bags. Remember big raid drama, everyone in the raid yelling at the main tank that put a shield on? Yeah. Yeah. So while we're fighting her, chat, she's emoting. The whole zone can see her emotes, so they know that she's mad. They know that somebody's jumped in. Mm-hmm. Alright, this is where we switch up things. So far so good, she hasn't moved. Moved again. Oh god, you gotta get me healed. Alright, phase 3. Phase 3, good. That's not good. Healer went down. We may die here, chat. We don't have a healer. Phase 4. Any second, there we go. See that ember right there, chat? Biscayne just died there. We gotta watch for those embers. There's gonna be a few of them. I'm dead. You know what? I'm gonna stay at ranged. Oh, my whole group went down. Okay. Oh, I went down. It happens. We didn't have a healer. Our healer went down early. They're still doing well, though. They got a good enough burn on her. As long as nobody else dies en masse, they should be good. Now, they don't have rezzing in combat, so I can't get res, so we're out of the fight. Now, there's another ember there. So these embers that spawn around, think of them like giant halos. There's a giant ring that you can't see because of I have my grab with. This encounter's not optimized just yet, so when you've got a lot of people in this chamber doing this encounter, and these fire embers drop on the ground, if you have your graphics turned up, it can actually tax your system and cause you to crash. So with that said, and you come in here, everybody tells you turn down your graphics. Doesn't matter if you got a 20K PC or a $5 PC, doesn't matter. Anyhow, each of these embers, let's say about a 20-meter radius, right? So the ember's in here, the ring is like this. If you're anywhere in that ring, you take massive damage. So right now, with that ember being there, and this ember being here, and that ember being there, this area and this area are overlapping, so this whole section here is off limits. And then the ember that was here was out here, and this one was out here. So this whole corner was out of bounds. That's why they had to move her all the way over here. Now, they're on stage 5. They got the fight. She's gonna go down. Stage 5 is just a wind down. There's more than enough people up. This place looks so cool. So now we have 2 more shards to hit. So we're going to come back here and we're going to camp over to the next shard. Now, after the explanation, as you can see, the fight didn't really take too long. We've all done this quite a bit, except for the new people. The first night they put the content into the game, they brought her into the game. The server got together and wanted to tackle it. So the raids in Pantheon, as far as I know to date, are built around 24 players, 4 groups of 6. With that said, I think there were 80-something players that showed up the night she came into the game. The server ended up getting the world first kill across all the other servers. The PvP server got it like 30 minutes later, but they actually had like 24 or 25 people to kill her. But the server showed up on here for this one. And when we did the encounter, I believe we'd gotten to stage 3. And when the first ember dropped... stage 4. When the first ember dropped, we lost like 60 people. Not to damage, to disconnects. They all crashed. It was absolutely wild. My screen froze. Dude, it was insane. It was insane. We didn't know what was happening. It took us back to the days of EverQuest. So I'm going to take you guys back quite a distance. Back when EverQuest first came out, we had dial-up internet. And if you've never heard of dial-up internet, I applaud you. We went through it, so you didn't have to. So dial-up internet, we would have 700 people go into a place called Permafrost to tackle Lady Vox in the beginning. This is before Lady Vox was instanced. We went in on a Saturday, and I think 8.5 hours later, we left with a kill, and I actually wound up with her cloak, or her hide, on my cleric. But the thing is, it took us 8.5 hours of standing there just to get her dead, because for almost 5 3/4 hours, every time 5 or 6 people showed up, 400 people disconnected. They'd all have to reconnect, and we'd all have groups done up, and we'd all be in raids, and then people would disconnect, and then people would disconnect. And over time, over the hours of the Saturday, more and more people just gave up and stopped connecting. But we had more than enough people to go in and kill her Saturday evening. But it took us like 8.5 hours just to do one kill. And I know you probably sit there and go, who would do that? You have to understand, the internet was brand new. EverQuest was a phenomenon. Never mind how much people like myself talk about it. There was nothing else. There was EverQuest. That was it. That was it. Ultima Online was there, but Ultima Online was nowhere near what EverQuest was. EverQuest was EverQuest. So because it was brand new, we were going into what we thought was going to be like today's version of the internet. Now you look at EQ, not the EQ of today, but if you go to YouTube and you look up original EverQuest launch and you look at the character select screen where it looks like a bunch of ice cubes stuck together, you'll look at that and you'll go, what on God's green earth is that nonsense? We thought that was the next big thing. We thought that was the internet. Dude. Like, man, like, I wish I could take those of you back who weren't there. Oh, shoot. I forgot to log in. Now I'm going to get locked out again. Oh, of course I am. I got to shut up. What am I doing? I got to shut up. I got to stop talking. See what happens, chat, when I start talking? Stuff goes sideways. Anyhow, anyhow. Yeah, I wish I could take those of you back there who hadn't experienced it just to see. Just to see. It was, man, it was like that meme where, you know, the heavenly gates open up and you hear the angelic, oh, and the big bright light, and like it was, oh man, dude, I'm trying to tell you, but I can't even tell you, but that's what it was like. But yeah, there were 800 of us in a zone trying to take out one dragon. They're on 1, right? I think they're on 1. I'm about to find out. The release UI was awesome. It was old school. Watch the original EQ cinematic? Yes. Yeah, that was back when we used to have CRT monitors, and we used 640 by 480 resolution. And the fancy people out there who could afford it could do 1024 by 768. To give you an idea, most monitors today, their native resolution is 1920 by 1080. 1024 by 768 was a big deal. Oh, yes, yes, yes. There was a 800 by 600 as well. Yes, in the middle. You were a legend if your computer had 16 megabytes of memory. Yes. Yes. I'm going to show you guys. Okay, okay. I'm going to show you guys something. If you know what it is, stay quiet, please. And if you don't know what it is, I want you to tell me what you think it is. We don't have all our buffs at the moment, no. We have cleric buffs and druid buffs currently, so we need shaman buffs. We also need carry. Does anybody who not know what this is know what this is? Take a guess. Anybody? Anybody? Anybody at all? I really don't know why this is here, but I found it a couple of years ago, and for some reason, I always keep it here on my desk just in case. I'll tell you is this. This is what's known as a 3.5-inch floppy disk. There is a filament inside here. A circle that information was written to back in the day. This is 1.44 megabytes of space. So, give you an idea. Let me do this real quick. Oops. Did I just drop that? I just dropped that. So, from this line here to that line over there is a gigabyte. Okay, that's how we measure hard drive space today. Gigabytes, gigs, etc. Those two lines are 1.44 megabytes. That's how applications and games used to be designed. You used to need anywhere from 1 to 32 of these to install programs onto your computer. And you constantly had to swap disks out every 30 seconds or 45 seconds. What did I drop? I dropped a pen. Anyways, just to give you guys some history. You guys got it good now. You guys came out of the hospital with a copy of World of Warcraft and cable internet. You guys had it good. You guys didn't know the pain that we went through, so you guys could have an easy start. You whippersnappers. Your current camera takes 85 megabyte photos? Yeah, for sure. I mean, keep in mind, the internet is really 30 years old. That's it, right? Most people didn't have the internet back in the 90s. It was military and government. And then as you got closer to the mid-90s, people could actually start getting America Online or AOL. We had ISPs up here as well in Canada that had dial-up connections. And not everybody had it. If you had a computer, you were a nerd. You were a silly person, or your parents worked for the government, and you typed a bunch of stuff and you didn't play video games. If I had my first computer that I purchased with my own money today, it was a $4,500 computer that weighed 33 pounds roughly or something. It was heavy. It was a full tower case, all metal. This is my cell phone. My cell phone is 1,000,000 times more powerful than that computer. I would have to pay you $4,000 to take my computer from me. You wouldn't want it. That's just to give you guys an idea as to how economics worked with computers back in the day. You had to pretty much mortgage your house to buy a computer back then. Now, you still do today if you want top of the line, but there wasn't the selection that you guys had now. And then those that came before us had what's called an abacus. And if you don't know what an abacus is, take 30 seconds right now and do a quick search. ABACUS. Abacus. I think that's how you spell abacus. Pretty sure it's ABCUS. Alright, here we go. Ow. Well, we got some better mana usage on this pull. Perfect. Couldn't have done that better myself. Oh, wait a minute. I did do that. Kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I mean, I'm not kidding, but I'm kidding. Oh, yikes. Behind, 15 feet. I had to call it, nobody said anything. Don't hate me. Nice, phase 5. Our group is alive and full health. Flawless victory in my book. Okay. Paid 1K for a tower that could run EverQuest and that, yeah. It's all onboard stuff, yep. I remember having a Sound Blaster Live. I remember the option was to have a Sound Blaster Live, and I thought I was Richie Rich, man. Sound Blaster Live. Sound Blaster Live is what like audio today is pretty much designed on. Not just Sound Blaster, Sound Blaster Live. There was a difference, right? You had the Sound Blaster 16, Sound Blaster 24, and then the Sound Blaster Live. The Sound Blaster Live was pretty much the cat's meow, or the cat's ass. And Voodoo, dude, Voodoo had the Voodoo 1 all the way up to 6, right? I think the Voodoo 6 was the last line of the Voodoo cards. A Pentium 733. Wow. Dude, nostalgia. People don't even know, man. People don't even know. We got one more shard, chat. Login boss. Shard hopping for raids a thing, or will be less of a thing. As far as I know, Shokeland, there won't be any shards when the game launches. The shards are here for testing. The shards were here for population because back in the beginning of early access, there were a lot of people playing this game. A lot. They had like 13,000 people playing. There's not that many now, but there's only a handful of guilds. I can count on one hand, I believe, the number of guilds that actually raid this content currently, that have the people to raid. And this guild that we're with this evening, these guys have the most people, period. These guys have the biggest turnout for guild members. They're pretty cool to hang out with. I mean, we've been coming along with them for a while now. I've killed Tel Daedrus a lot. Out of all the people currently playing right now, I've probably killed her the most. But I don't mind helping these guys out. I'll come along anytime they want me to because I love raiding. I love showing this stuff to you guys. You never know when a new viewer is going to pop in and say, "What's this? I haven't seen this," blah, 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 what have you. But it was very difficult in early access for people to find groups someplace, because every time they ran someplace on what was known as Shard Prime or the server, somebody was already there. So people couldn't find camps. So Visionary Realms designed these shards to spin up under the servers. So you'd have Shard 0, Shard 1, Shard 2, Shard 3, etc. All the servers in the game used to have 3 shards, which allowed you to go to 4 different servers. Now, you couldn't communicate between them. If you and your people went to Shard 2, you couldn't communicate with 1, 3, or 4. You were on your own plane of existence, so to speak, right? Think of it like a virtual machine or like layers. And then over time, they realized that having the 4 shards, they gave too much space so that people wouldn't get together and socialize to find people. So they took one of those shards away and gave us the 2 extra plus the 1 prime. Now, me, myself, I've made jokes for a long time about how they're building this game for me. And the reason why I say that is, I'm a social person. I've been playing this game for about 3 years. I've met hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people that play this game. When I log in Krushnek, a lot of people know who I am. Whether it's a good or a bad thing, it's not the point. The point is I've grouped with everybody. I've made a joke that I'm a hoe, that I get around, because I don't want to be in a static group situation, because my goal, selfishly, was to convince you guys to pick this game up and play it, because it's going to be awesome. I have no ties to Visionary Realms. I don't talk to them. They don't talk to me. Nothing. I don't even know if they're cool with me streaming as much as I do with this game right now. I have no idea. But my whole goal was to do everything I could, by definition, for a social, challenging MMORPG so that you guys could see everything. And that's why my entire streaming early access playthrough is over on YouTube. So you guys can see all the different people I run with, all the different groups, all the content, everything I talk about. Yes, you're going to get a fair bit of whining and complaining, because who doesn't? Come on now, smarten up. But my whole purpose with this, there was nothing else at the time. Ashes of Creation, we don't need to go into Ashes. We don't need to talk about Ashes. Forget about it. But Ashes of Creation was in production at the same time. Now, I wasn't familiar with Monsters and Memories at the same time that I was familiar with Pantheon and Ashes of Creation. I know Monsters and Memories has been worked on for a long time. I understand. But with that said, Pantheon was what they wanted Pantheon to be is what I wanted for my next MMORPG. Yes, Ashes looked fancier, had a bunch of different stuff, allowed PvP, realm versus realm, sieges, all that stuff was going to be in. I understand. But that's not what, on my ladder of what I like in MMOs, that's not the top rung. This is the top rung. Meeting people, working together, going up against challenging content, because the feeling of completing the content with people you don't know and real, like, there's just, and I'm sure a lot of you have experienced it, but there's something, I don't know what the word is. People will make jokes and say, oh, it's the dopamine and blah, 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 whatever, but there's just something about it that makes you sit back and like feel good about yourself that you've done something. And plus, I don't do anything really outside of work socially, at least at this point in my life. I don't go to the bars, I don't throw neighborhood parties, I don't whatever. I'm pretty much, I'm not going to say I'm a shut-in, but I work, I come home, I help some people out, and then I sit down for a few hours in the evening, and that's my day. So that's, I've always been pretty chill here. We look to be good, yes. Oh, okay, sorry. I still had druid buffs, but apparently we need druid. Sorry, where was I? I don't know what I was saying. Anyways, point being, now I jumped into Monsters and Memories about a month and a bit ago, and I really enjoyed the weekend that I was in there. I didn't think I was going to come back to it, but again, like I said, I gambled this past Sunday morning, and while I was waiting for a file to download, I went and downloaded the new launcher that they had said for the game. Now, I didn't think I was going to get in. I didn't. But it was like 2 p.m. or 1 p.m. Eastern, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna see. And I was thinking I was being sneaky, and this is the honest truth. I didn't talk to anybody that was working on Monsters and Memories, not a word. But I downloaded the new launcher, and I went to click on the server, and it had create character, and I hit create character, and I went in and I was able to create a character. And I was like, this is interesting. So I hit create character, and then it had the servers or whatever. It showed a bunch of servers, and I saw beta server 1, and I don't remember seeing that server on the playtest that I was part of. So I'm like, I'm going to click on that and see if I get in. And when I clicked on it, it went in, and I thought, what's going on here? Because nobody said anything to me, and I didn't know at the time that if you were in the closed alpha, you automatically got shifted over to the closed beta. I didn't know that. This is the honest truth. So then I got into the game this past Sunday at like 2:05 or 1:05 or whatever, and I'm like, I'm in the game. And then I saw another person, and then I saw 50 people, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'm in. So I started playing Monsters and Memories. I chose Krushnek as my character's name. I had a message or a tell like 3 minutes after logging in from somebody who was in chill mode. And for those, okay. So for those who don't know my gaming history from being in the channel, I revisited EverQuest about 10 years ago. I was streaming. I've been here a long time. I've been streaming for I'm like one of the original streamers. I've been here since like 2012, 2013. However, I ended up one night on stream a decade ago showing people EverQuest because we used to have conversations about MMORPGs, and I would always speak so highly on EverQuest 1 and EverQuest 2 over games like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy 11, Horizons, Dark Age of Camelot, Lineage, Aeon, all of them, whatever. We don't need... You get the point. So I said, sure, I'll jump in and create a character. Now, I hadn't been in EQ for 10 years prior. You got to remember, EQ's 30 years old, 30 plus years old. I played it in the beginning for almost a decade. I was a worldwide raid cleric. I've never played a healer since, but I was a worldwide raid cleric for those 9.5 years. I walked away from EQ after the 13th vacation, aka I told somebody I was quitting, I'll see you guys later, but I ended up going back to the stupid game because there was nothing else out there. That happened 13 times in 9 years. I'm not even kidding. So I left that, I went and played everything else, and then the 10 years ago, I was asked to jump back in just to show people what I meant. So I jumped in. I shouldn't have done that because I met two individuals in Freeport, and I ended up joining them, and it turned into 9 years. Y'all might know the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. I spent 9 years on 7 different progression servers with the same guild, doing Classic to Planes of Power, losing interest in Omens of War and Gates of Discord, having them spin up a new progression server the next year. The whole guild jumped over to the next server. Classic to Planes of Power, lost interest in Gates of Discord, Omens of War. They started another progression server. We moved over to the next progression server. I did that 6 times in 9. I have a problem, as you can tell. But they were some awesome people to hang out with. But I missed a lot. There's like hundreds of video games that I wanted to play that I've never gotten around to and probably will never get to play. Because EQ Norath just had me, period. Like hook, line, and sinker. And then I got into Pantheon, and when I got into Pantheon full time, I pretty much told chill mode that I was good. And anyhow, I got a message the Sunday from one of the chill mode members. I didn't realize they were playing. And then when I jumped into their group, there were 4 other chill mode players, and I'm like, what are you guys doing here? Anyways, here I am. Remember the Pantheon dev streams from many years back? Yeah, when they used to have Joppa and Ben Dean and I think Savannah, right? They had the 3 video podcast type thing like what Ashes did with their developer diaries. I was there for those. I've been following Pantheon since the beginning. My original... Okay, sorry chat, I had to stay quiet. I didn't goof, but I goofed. Shh. Oh no, my healer's dead. Okay, we need to get her out of phase 2. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die right here. I have no heals. Yeah, I thought so. You saw my avatar on several other people's streams in Moshes and Memories? Right on, man. Oh, we lost a few people on that one. We're just chilling now, chat. We can't do anything until the fight's over. So yeah, so now you guys know a bit of my history. But I had a very busy real life. So streaming was like, as far as work goes, there was a period of time where I was working 3 jobs at the same time. I would get up at 7. I would go to bed between 2:30, 3 a.m. So I'd only get about 4 hours sleep, 4.5 hours sleep. I did that for a very long time. In hindsight, if I could get in a DeLorean and make different decisions, I probably would have. But there was something about getting paid twice one week and then getting paid a 3rd time the next week. You just wanted to keep getting paid. I shouldn't have done it. I missed out on quite a few things, but that's stuff for another time. But because of that, when I got home in the evenings and I had spare time, I had nothing to do because everybody was already out doing stuff. So I didn't watch too much TV. I didn't really watch a whole lot of movies at the time, at least at home. When I found Twitch, or Justin TV, back before it became Twitch, I was sitting on the couch and on my laptop, and I was watching people sit in their living room, their dining room, and their bedroom playing video games. And I'm like, this is interesting. What are these guys doing? I saw Summit 1G and Soda Poppin', Wreckful. And for those who don't know these names, don't worry about it. These are just original streamers. But again, I've been here since the beginning. I've seen all the nonsense and stuff that's happened over the last 13 years of Twitch. I've been there, seen it all. But I realized that someone as social as myself, who hangs out with 100 other people in EverQuest 4 nights out of the week to raid stuff, I couldn't do that anymore with my work schedule. So I didn't have any outlet, right, for my social self. When I realized that I found a streaming site like Justin TV where people were actually streaming, playing video games, and just hanging out and talking to people, I thought, holy smokes, people are hanging out playing video games and talking to people? I could do this. That's where it all started. If I hadn't have seen that video, I probably wouldn't have been streaming here. But anyways, that's what got me turned on to streaming. But I've been here for a very long time. I used to have, I know it's going to sound weird, but back in the beginning when Twitch first started, if you were in the 0.01% of streamers, the streamers today will have 50,000 viewers or 100,000 viewers or what have you. Back in the beginning, if you had 500 viewers, you were that person. In the beginning of Twitch, there was a game called Darkest Dungeon. Darkest Dungeon is a very difficult game. It's designed to beat the ever-living tar out of you and leave you as a sulking wet paper bag on the floor in fetal position. When all the big streamers of that time picked the game up and started to play it, the game beat them up. All of them. You probably watch those streamers today, and I'm not going to tell you who, but there were a bunch of them, and they just didn't get the game. I, being a nobody at the time, I understood what the game was. I realized how much they had put into the game, and I realized what they were going for. I was one of the only individuals that was successful at Darkest Dungeon in the beginning, and actually was the first person to 100% New Game Plus, which was the first version of the super difficult version of a roguelite. With that said, I had over 1,100 people hanging out at the time. 1,100. This was, like I said, 2013, I want to say. Or 2013, 2014. I had 1,100 people. I was that 0.01%. But here's what happened. I got tired of running through Darkest Dungeon New Game Plus with different builds and loadouts. And if you know Darkest Dungeon, you know what I'm talking about. I won't bother explaining it because it'll be a whole other 3-hour conversation that is neither here nor there. But I got tired of going through the content that I stopped playing Darkest Dungeon, and I ended up meeting these individuals that I spoke about with EverQuest. EverQuest is arguably one of the worst games you could stream, as far as MMOs go, because it's an older game, it doesn't have the population, it's not World of Warcraft, it's not Final Fantasy XIV, etc., etc., etc. But back then I was a big deal. I guess you would say a flash in the pan. But when I jumped into EQ, that all went away. That crowd wasn't interested in EverQuest. They were interested in Darkest Dungeon. They were interested in whatever the next big game was. I was in it for the social hang. That's all I was in it for. That's all it was. Okay, we got to see what they dropped here. Need to see if the bracers dropped. Anyhow, what are you guys in chat doing? What are you guys up to? Are you playing anything? Man, everybody that has a name with a Q in it, people keep pronouncing it QU. You're playing Pantheon old school? What are you doing in Pantheon? Are you here in the raid? Oh, we got the healer boots. Nope. Me. Sorry, chat. I'm paying attention to the loot at the moment. I'm looking for an item. Monk headband. So far, I'm not seeing anything I can use. Whoa, those stats are nuts. Shimmering Scale Robe, Intelligence Casters. 6 Strength, 6 Dex, 6 Intellect, 3 Charisma. Those 6s are crazy. That's a 666 robe. Branch, Shaman. I just started Pantheon like 3 days ago. Right on, ISO. Taking bags, you're 41 currently. You're waiting on the EQ Russian server. Gotcha. Oh, and Monsters and Memories. Okay. Came back after stopping a few months after release. Just love it now. Right on, man. Fantastic. Fantastic. Nothing for your boy dropped. For those who don't know, the biggest DPSer of the night was a wizard. But I've already been telling you guys, wizard is the highest DPS currently. That may change after the update, but for now it's the wizard. If you know how to play the wizard, it does an insane amount of damage. I need check on. Alright, that's the raid chat. We're gonna wait and see what's happening here. And then chances are we'll be back over in Monsters and Memories. Try and figure out something to do. We still got some time. May try and see what the crew is up to, see if there's enough people to do something, and if not, we might have to go out and pug. Oh, okay, so just to give you guys an idea, so this is what the graphics turned down currently, right? You see that tower here in the distance, the wheel here for the elevator, all the fog that's here. Just to give an idea of what you're missing. Graphic settings are everything. Now, if you look really carefully, you can see the outline of a crater right here. This is the Wild Mound Cradle. This is the newest area that's been added to the game. That is a step below the Enclave where we came from. But the content here can be more difficult because the mobs in here are tricky to deal with. I know you can't see a whole lot. The weather effects today, it looks like it's foggy. Hey, did you see that? Best warrior in all the land. Heard many tales. They probably lied. See, chat, like I told you, I've played this game long enough that when I jump in, people know who I am. Oh, I see. Who are you? Are you in chat right now? Who is this? It's not you, so that means it's you. This is the city of Sky Durban, by the way. Oh, we just missed the elevator. So this zone, Silent Plains, was ravaged by an event called the Deicide War. You'll see, you can't see them from here because we're up too high, but when we get down below, you'll see these elementals. They look like elementals that are floating around. They were part of the battle. The battle ended up ravaging the zone, including where we came from, which was over here. So the Enclave, where we were just now doing the raid target, it's in that mountain range. It's all in through here, and it's all down below. all the way down underneath the mountains. That's the Enclave. Then over here, there's a place called the Smoldering Trenches. This was the remnants of the assault, or of the defenders, I guess, that tried to defend against the Deicide. However, Teldaedra showed up over here and corrupted everybody. They ended up becoming the Ash Breathers. It was the ash itself that twisted them. And here's the cool thing. There is a quest line that goes through Smoldering Trenches and Enclave. It's about 17 steps. It's almost like an EQ epic weapon, right? But it's the coolest thing ever because they go in and they explain all the lore. Now, you would think to yourself, okay, well, if it's a 17-step quest line, they probably take you from the entrance, take you all the way down to the raid mob, and that's it. No, that's not it. They were smart enough or intelligent enough to, when they created the 17-step quest, they didn't just lead you from A all the way to Z. They had you run the dungeon multiple times over until you knew where everything was. It was by design. And as you went through the dungeon multiple times to get all the different lore pieces and uncover the next step, if you stopped to smell the roses or read the text, you learned a whole massive amount of information about all the names in there, how the corruption happened, all of it. This game didn't have that before this content came in. This content came in last summer. They didn't have their writing crew with them at the time. So we're talking early access, late seasons. They were able, due to funding, they were able to bring in their writing crew the middle of last year, and that's what got that content or that quest line. That kind of quest line is what they want to have all through the world at some point to be able to explain all the lore. A lot of players out there that came into the game during the last 14 months, during the beginning of early access, they all, I shouldn't say they all, most of them had big complaints about the lack of quests, the lack of lore, blah, 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 so on and so forth. What they didn't realize was they didn't have people putting lore in the game because those people weren't working there at the time because they couldn't afford to have them. But now they got them there and they've been working furiously, so we should start seeing more and more quest stuff come into the game that will explain the lore and so on and so forth. But it's just pretty cool that they took something like an EQ epic quest and turned it into a storyline, I guess you could say. Yeah. Hello. Did you just fall off city? I think she just fell from the city. Anyhow, I'll show you guys the city real quick. So Sky Durban is all of this up here. It's all vertical. It's all scaled. You have to traverse different levels to get everywhere. But then there's also this bridge span here that takes you over to a second section of Sky Durban, which has like trade skill areas, some merchants. I think the mayor is over here or what have you. I believe they're currently working on this area. We'll go over and show you the Wild Mountain Cradle now. We'll show you a few points around here if you're not familiar. These are the Deicide right here. See? Deicide shifter. Or Deicide, maybe I'm saying it wrong, pronouncing it wrong. Deicide. Those are them. These are the remnants. Look, I mean, look at that. Like, that's just, dude. That is just fantastic. The lighting and the audio in this game is just phenomenal. Where's the mound? I'm gonna show you the mound. Oh, I'm not over far enough. So, where the murder bushes are. I ran the wrong direction, chat. Hang on a second. These are all the deicide. There's the mound. Hence the mound. I'll see if I can get closer. I'm not going to be able to get too close because this stuff hurts. Like, they're... Oh, I think... Oh, no, they're not talking to me. Deicide? Could be deicide, too. Yep, that's true. Could be deicide. There's the Titan. We're going to steer clear of him. He wants to eat us for breakfast. I'm not feeling that nutrition. Or nutritionist? Nutritious? Oh my goodness. Why, dude, why did it take me so long to come to that? We're gonna let him walk over there. So now the Wild Mount Cradle is coming into detail. So this pillar here powers this little, you'll see this shock ember that'll run around, that travels around the rim. If you're near or close to the top of the mound when it comes by, it'll nuke you with a lot of shock damage. What just happened? Okay. I can't go there. They're gonna aggro and eat me. That was a weird load screen. That shouldn't have happened. I don't think I can get close enough without invis. Killed your druid tonight? Trying to get close without getting killed. I don't think I can get there. I don't remember these guys roaming here. I'm doing this really quick, chat. This is gonna suck, but I'm doing it for you guys. That's the Wild Mount Cradle. I can't stay up here too long because we're gonna get whacked. But it carries all along here, and it goes all the way around the backside as well. There's a lot of cool encounters in here, very difficult. That's an elevator that takes you to a whole underground thing. Now I gotta come down because these guys are gonna kill me. What levels are the Titans? Good question. 40? 41? Hello, horsey. What's our taming skill? 38? We're doing mount taming, chat, to see if we can get a high quality horse. You missed the raid? Yes, Coben, you missed the raid. However, I would say if you wait till this VOD is published and you go back an hour, you'll be able to see the raid. We do the encounter 3 times. Oh, we failed. Got a skill up though, that's good. So, they have a mount system in game currently, as you can see. The way it works is, once you hit level 20, you can go to an NPC to trigger a small quest to get this ability called Tame Mount. Then you go out into the world and you try and find locations where these mounts are. For right now, they're horses, but down the road they plan on implementing different creature types for you to be able to acquire from all over the game world. So what you do is you end up finding a horse, and then you have to utilize your Tame Mount ability. Now, there is a skill to it, as you can see here, taming. And on Krushnek, my taming is 40. On Crushiferous, my taming is maxed out because that was the tune I've been playing for the last half a year or what have you. Krushnek's been on the bench for a long time because he's pretty much best in slot and there's really nothing to use him for unless we're on the raid. That's why you guys typically don't see me on Krushnek when I'm in Pantheon, because he's already got everything. I don't need anything on this guy. With that said, the higher your taming skill goes, the higher the quality of the mount you can get. I sent my current mount back to the stable, so you can't see the stats on that mount, but every mount that you get, they have a set of stats. Those stats increase the higher your skill level is. And you can actually get rare mounts to spawn. It's pretty cool. And so I do apologize. You guys might thinking, why hasn't he switched over to Monsters and Memories yet? I'm running around at the moment. I just got pulled into some kind of a meeting for Pantheon. It's a long... You guys don't need to hear anything about it, but I got pulled in to listen to this thing. So I'm listening and running around to do these mounts. Yeah, see, this person's doing the same thing. They might be AFK, maybe. Alright, you guys saw, they're AFK. Failed that one too. That's okay, we got a skill up. What time of day is it? Oh, 9 p.m. So the mounts only spawn from 8 a.m. to, I think, 7 p.m. So it's past that time now. So those 2 mounts that we just tackled, they won't be back until the morning. Very smooth raid tonight? Yes, it was. It was a very smooth raid. That's an even bigger sword than Monsters and Memories. Yeah, this is Cinder Cleave. This is the strongest weapon in the game right now. There's only a handful of people that have it. And that's only if your hand is missing a couple of fingers. Any new loot drops? No, there was no patch tonight, Coben. They didn't implement the patch this evening. Who's that? Oh, it's Bobza. It's one of my guildies. Did you just tame that? Where's your saddle? Should have a saddle on that horse, but I don't see the saddle. I'm guessing he must have just tamed it. Oh, yeah, he just tamed it. Got a speed of 1. Okay, so because we sent... So you can't try to tame a new horse unless you get rid of the old one. Stable master is here. Have to make our mount active. Now we have a mount again. What is my favorite class in Pantheon? I'll give you a hint. I have 8 warrior. I have played 8 warriors, and currently on this account's character select, I have 2 level 50 warriors and 1 level 24 warrior. My favorite class is a druid. No, I'm kidding. It's a warrior. It's a warrior. My favorite class, I've been a warrior the whole time. My favorite class is a warrior. Now, if you ask me what my favorite class is in Monsters and Memories, I can't say warrior because they don't have a warrior. But they do have a fighter. And the fighter is the next best thing to a warrior that I can think of comparatively. So, I'd say the fighter. He loves mounts so much he's starting to rethink his position on maps. I am not. This game does not need a map. You guys need to understand, man. I don't even think Monsters and Memories needs a map. I don't even know if they have plans to put one in. I don't think there's one there now. Map is not needed. What's going to happen with the map is you guys are going to get brain rot. And you're going to get slower and you're going to get lazier when it comes to playing the game. If you don't have a map, you're forcing yourself to pay attention to points of interest and landmarks all over the place. It'll keep your brain firing, man. You're better without a map. Trust me. Trust me. You don't need a map. It took me about 7 months of playing Pantheon, but I know the entire continent that I'm standing on right now. I know how to get to every camp in every region of this continent, and I've never looked at the picture of anything that would resemble a map or a diagram or what have you. I know all the points of interest, I know all the landmarks, because I played the game. A lot of you just want to be able to jump in, look at your map, know where to go get stuff done, and then log out. Don't be that people. Don't be that people. Don't be that people. Focus, work, put some time in. Feel rewarded that you figured out where to go and you know where this mob spawns at what time of day, behind this rock and on top of this tree and inside this volcano. You need to play the game. I get in this, or I used to get in this all the time with people about needing the map. You do not need a map. I'm not the smartest bulb in the batch, or whatever cheesy analogy you want to use. I know I can go anywheres at all from here. I also really don't think you need mounts. In most cases, when you log in, you are not going to traverse 4 different zones. You're going to typically log out wherever you're going to continue at when you log in, unless you constantly port back to a town or what have you. So, as far as mounts go, I don't think they're necessary. But I will say this: when I run as an ogre warrior, with no run speed buffs, no buffs at all, when I run through 3 zones, so if I go back to Demeth in AVP, and someone asks me to go join a group in Eastern Plains, I have to leave Demeth, run through AVP, zone into Silent Plains, this zone here, run all the way across Silent Plains to Eastern Plains, zone into Eastern Plains, and then run 3/4 of the distance across the map to get where I'm going. To do that run without a run speed buff, it takes about 17 minutes to run. If I have a mount, so 17 minutes would be 6 to 7 minutes per zone. Let's just round up to 18. 7 minutes to run through each zone at normal run speed. On a mount, it takes 2.5. So instead of it being the 16 minutes or 18 minutes or what have you getting over there, it's only about 9 minutes getting over there. So it's roughly about half the time. I know you're going to sit there and go, well, half the time is half the time. Blah, blah, blah. It's not that big deal. It's not like it takes 30 minutes to run and, a minute and a half to get there. That's not the difference. So just run it. But, in order for them to do everything they want to do with the world, they need to have the mount system in now. So that's why the mount system is in now. So, well, whatever. But mounts aren't necessary. They're nice to have, not necessary. Anyhow, that's just me. But I'll say this: if you've been here long enough, my sides have never changed. And then, so you might sit there and go, well, why do you have mounts on these characters or whatever? Because this is a game in development, and I'm showing you guys everything that comes to this game. Whether it's even though I despise crafting, when they redo crafting, I'll be showing you guys crafting too. So I'll show you mounts, I'll show you whatever. My whole purpose is to show you guys as much as I can so you guys pick up the game and start playing. Chevrons didn't block you from exploring most map and actual map certain. So that's another thing. Potato. Tomata. I've never had myself personally, and all the people that I run with, which is probably 30 people, we've never had an issue with the chevron system. We preferred the chevron system because what it did was it forced you to have to make friends, form groups, and run content. When they switch over to this unified mob system, mob fights might be a bit more dense as far as the time to kill, but as far as the challenge, it's not going to be there. It's going to be more of a time sink than anything. The chevron system, it stopped you from going where you needed a group to go. That's what it was supposed to do. And again, I've been everywheres multiple times, and I've killed everything in the game a whole lot of times. The chevron system was never an issue. I've never complained, and I've never listened to a complaint from somebody I've grouped with about the chevron system. But a lot of people out there who honestly want to be able to solo, duo, and trio, they don't like the chevron system because they want to be able to go someplace with 1 or 2 people and do the same thing that a group would do. That should never be, I don't care what game you're running, that should never be a thing anywheres. That should never be a thing. You should need a group to get group content, group gear, group quests, group abilities, group whatever, and you should be able to chill and do solo content somewheres else. That's how it works. The chevron system did that. It also fell on you as the player to pay attention to the mobs to make sure that you conned everything. The game tells you in one of the little load screens, the game tells you to consider everything, because if you walk up and start whacking stuff, it could knock you in the next Tuesday. So with the chevron system, the onus was put on you to navigate the game. But unfortunately, a lot of people don't want to do that. They want to be able to jump in and feel that kind of accomplishment that you get from playing a lot of the MMORPGs today. The chevrons didn't do that. The chevrons brought you to a brick wall. You look at the brick wall and say, okay, I can't quite reach it, but if somebody were to boost me up, I think I could get over that wall. So now you had to go make friends. That's what I did. I made friends over the years that I've been playing this game with, and I said this earlier, with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people on 3 different servers over multiple years. And we've all done the same thing. We've all been this, like, I don't know how else to explain it. I really don't. But the chevron system was fine. It was fine. What they should, okay, so let me add something to it. Maybe I will take time to go back and find an old VOD. The game today, never mind the chevron system, the game today has been made a lot more accessible in certain areas for lesser experienced groups, lesser geared groups, and lesser number of people. And what I mean by this is, there were mobs spread all throughout the game where if you screwed up and weren't paying attention, your group paid the price. Meaning that if there was an ability that was going to trigger and it would have taken out your caster nuke, your caster heal, your shaman, your whatever, and leave the tank with 10 hit points, that's exactly what would happen. They toned that down like 90%. Now a lot of these abilities don't do anything of any significance. Back when they did what they did, like, you guys think the chevron system might be difficult or tedious now, which means you clearly don't remember or didn't experience what it was 8 months ago. You would wipe your whole group by missing one ability. Now, you may sit there and go, well, that sounds too hard. That sounds too, whatever. No, it doesn't, because it makes you focus. The way people want it now, they want it so that they can turn their head and watch TV or bring up a podcast or watch a movie or play multiple video games and not have to focus on one. With the chevron system, you had to focus on what you were doing or the mobs were going to eat you for breakfast. So, that's it. That's really it. Chevrons were okay, but basically just twice the hit points and armor felt like it to me. So the armor thing came in when the armored trait was on a mob, right? If you notice, when the armored trait hits a mob, it takes a long time to kill that mob. That's the other thing. You have to be able to pay attention to what you're fighting and the traits of the mobs and know how to counter them. And if you don't take the time to figure out how to do that, and you just walk in and just click buttons because you're familiar with clicking them, you might be doing the worst thing you could do. Like, I still run with people today who don't use their interrupts when they should. And it drives me nuts. It drives me nuts because it's one ability that could be used for one specific skill. But they get so into their routines and into their focus that they don't hit their interrupt. And I can't interrupt everything. I can only interrupt 1 out of every 3 or 4 casts. But there are still people that don't use interrupt. And when I went over earlier and showed you guys that Wild Mound Cradle, this even came from Visionary Realms. They've said that if you don't utilize the interrupts in your group, you will not succeed in Wild Mound Cradle. Wild Mound Cradle has eaten so many people, it's ridiculous, time and time again, because they don't use their interrupts. And when I tell you guys to use your interrupts, somebody comes out with some defense that tries to counteract what I said about interrupts. That's ignorance. You need to utilize your interrupts. You're going to fail miserably. You're going to hate your group. You're going to think all your players suck or all your group members suck when it's you and everybody else that could have used your interrupts. And to this day, people that I still run with don't use their interrupts, and it drives me nuts. But I'm over it. I've killed everything a bunch of times. I at this point, I care enough to say just this and nothing else. So I never bring it up. But I'm tired of people not doing what they should be to do stuff, because it makes me not want to be in the game a lot. You know? And you can sit there and go, yeah, but people want to jump in and enjoy the game. Okay, well, if you want to enjoy the game, play the game as it's intended. Don't half-ass it. That's it. That's it. I'm not mad about it. It's not a rant. I'm not yelling at people or being toxic. I'm just telling you how it is. If you understand your class in this game, and you are grouped with 5 other individuals who understand their class in this game, you will have a fantastic time, and you will go places you thought you could never go. It's ridiculous. But people just don't want to do it. That's just the bottom line. They try and argue with me here in chat, but you just don't want to do it. You just don't care enough to do it. And the group suffers because of it. One of the issues with the chevrons, even low level, would. Okay, so that's different. They've been working on that. So, for example, if you guys are familiar with the game, in Thronefast, just before you get to the ramp that takes you up to the manor and takes you up to the fort, there's those bandits off to the side with the second curse wolves. All those mobs used to be chevron, and the problem was they would own you. And I don't think they were designed to be chevron because it's not really a place where you set up a group. You could go there with a couple of people, try and split them away from the 2 or 3 buildings, kill them, and move on. They went and changed them, and they removed the chevrons to make them non-chevron as intended. But the problem is once they did that, all their damage numbers were still really high, so they had to go in and actually scale down the damage. Because even Krushnek, even this tune here at level 50, I went to that camp. Those mobs are level 7, just so you know. They're between 7 and 8 or 7 and 9. I took Krushnek to that area like 6 months ago, 5 months ago, 6 months ago. I aggroed 3 of them, level 7s, and they obliterated me. 3 level 7. I'm a level 50 warrior, and 3 level 7s obliterated me. And I couldn't figure out what was going on. The VOD is up there somewheres, but I sat back in my chair and I was dumbfounded because I had no idea what just happened. There were no chevrons, but because their damage hadn't been scaled down, they annihilated me. My health disappeared. Like, I tried to run. I couldn't believe I was a level 50 warrior running from 3 level 7 mobs. But because they hadn't been tuned down after the chevrons were removed, they just totally ate me for breakfast. Now they don't do that because they went and addressed it. But yes, I completely understand the low levels being overtuned. Yeah, because chevrons were like that. They were overtuned. But again, let's go back to the very beginning. The game is in development. This stuff is going to happen for the next however long it takes for the game to launch. So people are still going to die in the silliest of situations because this game is in development. Stuff will happen. If your tune gets deleted tomorrow, you can cry and complain and fuss all you want. You signed up for it. Not you in particular. It's a blanket statement. That any game you sign up for. I just got through telling the story earlier about my experience in Vanguard. When you sign up to a game that's being developed, you take that responsibility. Not the company, not the publisher, not any other person. You agreed to sign up. That's all there is to it. Like a lot of the people that complain and badmouth and whatever about Pantheon over the last 7 or 8 months, that's on you. You signed up. I didn't do it to you. Joppa didn't do it to you. Visionary Realms didn't do it to you. You did it to you because you accepted the responsibility to jump into this game. The blame falls nowheres but on you. Nowheres. These guys could delete this whole zone tomorrow, and there's nothing you should care about because the game is in development. It's being worked on. So many people still don't understand that. They feel like, oh, well, I put 3 months into my character, and I got all this gear, and I did all this. I don't agree that the blah, blah. Well, then you shouldn't have been here. Right? You shouldn't be here. That's like the thing I've been talking about the past couple of days, about the post that I discovered online about me being incredibly toxic, one of the worst people to be playing Pantheon and Monsters and Memories and all this other nonsense. And that's why, because individuals aren't happy that I ended up in the Monsters and Memories closed beta, and I'm also pretty much the main
streamer of Pantheon. Like nobody, Primus doesn't stream it anymore for the time being. Like nobody's streaming it at least until the spring update, but I am. So apparently some posts went out about me being, and it's just because people don't like what I have to say about the game. But I'm sorry, you're not going to change my opinion. I signed up for this game to be what this game was supposed to be 10 years ago. They've gradually changed it over time because they're trying to make it more accessible for you guys, but a lot of you out there are asking for them to dumb it down, and I'm not with it. I will never be with it. I will never come down to that level. I want Pantheon to be this. This is what I want. I don't want this. A lot of you want this. I don't. There will never be common ground between me and you. It just won't happen. I absolutely love this game for what it is. And no, I'm not yelling at chat. Or maybe I am. Maybe you could post that he really is toxic. Hey, Corpse Run. Haters gonna hate. Exactly, Ovidius. Exactly. One of the things I liked most was the interplay between skills with other players in your group. You could only use certain skills if other players use theirs first. That hasn't been tuned down. That's been removed. That doesn't exist. That's a... Here I go again. Here I go again on my own. Those are the song lyrics, right? So, techniques in this game. So, down here in the hotbars, for those who aren't familiar, for those of you who aren't familiar with the way the UI is done with Pantheon, you have your 3 hotbars down here. This 4-slot hotbar here is known as your technique bar. This 6 slot over here is known as your utility bar, and this 8 slot down here plus your auto attack is known as the action bar. The action bar are your main abilities. The utility bar are skills that interplay or serve another purpose. The utility is where you put your non-pertinent abilities, meaning like direct heals, direct damage, direct defense. All the extra stuff goes up in utility. So over in technique, you have certain abilities that do certain things to the enemy. So example, exposure. This is a very important technique. It's a melee technique, so that tells you that all melee classes have exposure at some point. You typically get it early in the game. Puts your target in the exposed state for 30 seconds. The duration can be impacted by diminishing returns, meaning if somebody hits expose and nobody follows up with it and then it falls off and somebody goes to put it on again, it may resist or it may not go, or there's a cooldown before the next one shows up. It says the exposed state can be manipulated by other techniques to cause additional effects. Now, we come over to, oh, do I have one up? I don't have one up because I have my tank stuff, right? Right. So, going back to exposure. So I go ahead and hit a mob. Exposure goes on. That icon shows up over on the mob's nameplate. When that happens, I might have a wizard, or a ranger, or a druid, or a shaman, or some other class in my group who has a technique that lights up. Is normally grayed out, but all of a sudden lights up, because their target, the mob, has the status of expose. When that happens, they can hit their skill to close my expose and apply a negative effect, like a slow, a damage decrease, a heal dampener, meaning that your heal, or the mob's heals to themselves get cut in half or 25% or what have you. Months ago, about 4 or 5 months ago, there used to be a lot of techniques, a lot of different statuses. There was expose, there was grapple, there was tangle, there was knockdown, there was stunned, there was shook, there, what have you. And then depending on what status the mob had, everybody in the game had 1 or 2 or 3 different techniques that could do different things on top of those skills. What this led to, and this is getting back to the Chevron conversation we just had. What this led to is that when you got into a group with 5 other people, the first thing you did, whether you typed it out or said it verbally on some voice chat, was, hey, who's applying expose? Who's putting them in the grapple state? I have this ability for the grapple state. Does anybody else use their grapple? And then you would have to coordinate with the 5 other people to see who would apply their opener and who would apply their closer. So it added strategy to the game. But again, just like with the chevrons, People want to be lazy. This is bottom line talk. Don't try and defend yourself because it's not going to work. People want to be lazy, and people don't want to put that much effort into playing the game. So they took all those techniques and removed them. So we went from this many techniques to this many techniques, and now everybody can do everything, including yourself. If I put the right 2 abilities up in my technique bar, I can open and close my own thing. I don't need anybody else. That just took the whole social thing of... These things are what I came here... And by the time I'm done this, you guys are going to be like, well, why are you still playing the game? I love this game. I still love this game. Everything this game is being done, but I feel like I'm being put through torture because of a lot of you who don't want to play the game like you're supposed to. You want something different. And it for me personally, it's just unfortunate, but I'm just too into it now. I'm just too into it. I love the challenge of this game. It's how I met awesome people. It's how I met focused people. We do a lot of crazy stuff in the groups in this channel that most groups in this game will never do or don't do because they don't synergize like we do with all these different people. And it just keeps getting... I hate using levels of difficulty, but it just keeps getting easier and easier to get into this game. And I'm sure they probably like it, and I'm sure you guys like it, those of you that don't want to do 1,000 things to get anywheres, but I want to do 1,000 things to get somewheres. I need to know that I'm smart enough, quick enough, knowledgeable enough that I can work my way around anything. And I'll say this, and never mind the whole toxic joke, and never mind egotism. I can do pretty much anything with anyone. If I had 5 random people right now, we were all in a group, and I didn't know any of those 5 people, I can take them to any content, and we can be successful. And I've done that. I've done it ever since I started playing this game. I've done it since the beginning of early access. I've done it with hundreds of different people. It's just something that gets done. Now, I feel like I don't have to do a whole lot. We get in a pickup group and we just run through and just mow stuff down, and there's no really thinking anything out. The only thing that still bothers me, like I said earlier, is that the people that I run with don't use their interrupts when they're supposed to. Now, not everybody, but most people. And I know they probably don't want to put enough focus behind it because they're comfortable doing what they do. But it would just be so much better for the group if they did that, because we would take less damage, the healers wouldn't have to heal so much, the tanks could pull more, the DPS wouldn't run out of mana. Like, all these things would work for you just for using interrupts. And I only get 1 or 2 people that use them. And I even get 1 or 2 who will coordinate with me on interrupts to know. They'll say, okay, well, I'll get this one, I'll get that one. And sometimes when we're fighting, I know you guys can't hear the group on voice, but you hear me. Sometimes you'll hear me say, okay, I got the next one. Okay, who's got the next one? That's only interrupt talk. That's only interrupt talk that when I say that stuff, because we're trying to nullify one key ability that can make it very difficult for any group, not just our group, any group. It's like a fail condition for the most part. And it's just, I like that. I don't even like that. I love that. I love that strategy. I love that technical stuff of this game, but a whole lot of you do not. And I don't not like you for any of that. You're entitled and free to feel how you will about a game, but there's a whole lot of you that don't feel the way I do, and I have an issue with that. But I'm allowed to. All right. That's all. That's all. Like, if you guys think this game was inaccessible today, you have no idea what it was like 7 months ago. I could take you to a zone right now 7 months ago, and one ability would ruin your weekend. just one ability would ruin your weekend. You would die over and over and over again, and it would ruin your weekend. And now, those abilities hardly do anything. You can pretty much walk in blind to certain areas and you'll be successful. And I don't like that. I know why they did it, but I don't like it. And with that said, I'm not asking for the game to be harder or less accessible. I just want the game to be what it's supposed to be. And unfortunately for me, it's going to be what it's going to be. So I'm going to have to deal with it. And I understand that. I wouldn't say all this otherwise. And you guys, some of you have been here long enough. I'm not an elitist. I'm not a hardcore person. I don't have a stick up my butt about the whole thing. I just want to jump into a game that I can fall into, forget about reality, have a few fun hours, and then log out. And this is what is fun to me. Yeah. Hey, so yeah, sorry. I'll be honest. I haven't heard anything in the last 40 minutes. I've been yapping. I've been bitching at my stream for wanting to play Pantheon in easy mode and whatever. Yeah, okay, yeah. You guys have a good night. Yeah, so anyways, again, that's just me. You know, and well, I shouldn't say that's just me. There are other people out there that are playing the game right now that feel the exact same way I do. There are. It's not just me. But I'm the only one streaming to you guys. So when I say it's just me, it legitimately is just me. But it's not just me. There are other people. I just don't want the game. I don't want the game to be. If you're intelligent, what I'm about to say, you'll understand what I mean. I don't want this game to slide on the scale closer to WoW and further away from EQ. Don't shoot the messenger. That's all I'm saying. And that's not a dig on WoW, because I played WoW 4 times. It's a fine game. It's the most popular game in the history of MMO games, blah, 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 whatever. But I don't want to see this slide that way as opposed to, you know, closer to EQ. It's funny you mentioned that. I haven't talked about that in a long time, but when that was announced, I had so many people come into my stream and tell me about it, and I didn't understand what they were talking about until I went and read it myself. Yeah, I don't know. I still feel like World of Warcraft players got ripped off. Like, with a company like Blizzard, I expected WoW to have 20 expansions. I think they only have like 11, right? I think it's like 11. You guys, the WoW people out there typically got an expansion like every 2 years. EQ was doing it every year. EQ and EQ2 were doing it every year. And WoW, for whatever reason, bigger company, bigger budget, bigger world to pull from. I thought you guys were going to get an expansion every year. And the fact that you guys got an expansion every 2 years and most of the guilds had all the content done within 2 weeks, I feel like you guys got ripped. Like, I wish EQ could have looked a way that would have drawn WoW players over to EQ just to experience EQ for 2 years, just to see what it was like. Raiding with 23 people is a whole lot different than raiding with 71 people. And you sit there if you've never played EQ and go, how the hell do you raid with 72 people? All I can tell you is play EverQuest. I'll tell you one thing, there's nothing more fun than grouping with 71 other people who tell jokes, share their life stories, and kill Avatar of War. There's just nothing better. No game has come close. Mind you, EverQuest 2 to this day is still my all-time favorite MMORPG for raid content and group dungeons. Nobody's done it better since. Nobody. Not WoW, not Final Fantasy, not Guild Wars, not ESO, not Star Wars, not Horizons, not DAOC, not Lineage, not MapleStory, not My Little Pony, not Rainbows and Unicorns. None of them. EQ2, by far, the first 6 or 7 years under SOE, had the best raid team that was ever created. EverQuest 2 had the best raid team and the best UI. You can fight me on it, but you're going to lose. Because every game in history, every MMO in history should have had EQ2's UI. Every game. I've even shown the game on stream. Every game should have had the UI from EverQuest 2. Everything was customizable, movable, awesome. You knew where everything was. All you had to do was look at a window and you knew exactly what it was for. You could make things vertical, horizontal. You could make a 10 slot. You could drag Can't really do it. Can't do it here. You could move everything about your bags. You could make them, stretch them out really long, stack them on top of each other, make a 12-slot bag, 3 rows of 4, 2 rows of 6, 12 rows of 1, or 1 row of 12. Like, you could shrink stuff, grow stuff, scale stuff, all sort. Dudes, EverQuest 2 had the greatest UI ever created for an MMORPG. Ever. Ever. Nobody will ever duplicate. Nobody. They haven't yet. And I know because I've played those games. But unfortunately, a whole lot of people never got to EverQuest 2 because when EverQuest 2 launched, it wasn't the game that it is, or that it was 6 years later. And because World of Warcraft launched around the same time, I believe they were only 3 months apart from each other, World of Warcraft had a whole lot of content compared to EverQuest 2 at launch, or what's known as Classic. But also with World of Warcraft was designed to be way more accessible. Everybody and their dog's dog could jump into the game, complete some stuff, feel good about it, and log out. You couldn't do that with EverQuest or EverQuest 2. You had to put time in to get places and do stuff. When you did, it felt good, but you had to put time in. Why you didn't have to. That's what happened. That's why everybody ended up going to World of Warcraft, and that's why EverQuest 2 never grew. And it was very unfortunate because it took EverQuest 2 like a year and a half to correct what they had done at launch. And Final Fantasy XIV did the same thing. For those who don't know, Final Fantasy XIV is called Final Fantasy XIV A Realm Reborn, or ARR. There's a reason for that. It used to be Final Fantasy XIV, but when they launched the game was barren, just like EverQuest 2. You would create a character, you'd jump in the world, you wouldn't be told anything, you'd have to find your way through the city, zone out into the next zone, run 3/4 of the way across the map, find some random NPC standing with a thumb up their butt, have a conversation with them to get a quest, not be told exactly where to go or what region to go in to get your updates, only to find out that you'd have to go 3/4 of the distance in another direction to the other side of the zone to get 15 updates on 5 maximum spawns that took 10 minutes to respawn. You get my point. The community exploded. Square Enix didn't know what to do with themselves, so they ended up shutting Final Fantasy XIV down. They had an end-of-game event where Bahamut Zero showed up and just nuked everything. It was pretty hilarious, everybody being there. And then later in the evening, they shut servers down. They had a message, and it was something like blah, 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 we'll be back or whatnot. The game, Final Fantasy XIV, disappeared for a number of months and then came back as Final Fantasy XIV A Realm Reborn. That's where it gets that title from. When A Realm Reborn launched, they had a bunch of content in there, and players felt at home in Final Fantasy doing that. EverQuest 2, it took them a year and a half to get there. But by then it was too late. Everybody had gone to World of Warcraft. True story. Feel free to look it up. One button rotation is the best thing to come to MMO. One button Could you imagine? Could you imagine designing an MMORPG and giving every player a red button? just giving everybody an easy red button. That's it. Hit a button and your tank does a maximum taunt and soaks the most amount of hit points. Just spam it over and over again. AQ2 had to group up level 1 because level 1 rat would own your... I mean, yeah. EverQuest... But with that said, if you could find 5 other people to run with, EverQuest 2 dungeons were phenomenal. It's not the same. So during COVID, again, I talked about EverQuest, and I talked about how about 10 years ago, a viewer had asked me to show them EverQuest, and I found these people and my whole thing with EQ. EQ2, we revisited EQ2 during COVID. I had found out, now this is going to be more so for people who understand EQ lore or who know EQ lore. EverQuest 2 had a series of 4 expansions that told a story referencing what would be known in EQ1 as the Planes of Power. Planes of Power is one of my all-time favorite expansions ever in any game, period. A lot of you might not have liked the whole flagging system. I loved it. because it forced you to be there, it forced you to work together, and it forced you to pull your own weight. Just like I talked about Pantheon 10 minutes ago. We jumped into EverQuest 2 during COVID, and I logged in, I think it was my Swashbuckler. I logged on my Swashbuckler, and I was looking to see if I could find a guild or people to run with and go through these 4 expansions, because I wanted to see what EverQuest 2's take was on the Planes of Power. Long story short there, I ended up going through all 4 expansions, and outside of the raid content, I didn't group with another single person. It was myself and my mercenary, and we went through all 4 expansions. All the quests, all the quest lines, got the gear, ran the advanced dungeons that apparently have been designed for you and your mercenary. I sat back after the 4 expansions and I was like, I'm never going back to EverQuest 2 again. I can't. They had made it a theme park, and they had made it so that when you jump in, you just go do whatever. That wasn't the EQ2 that I experienced the first 6 years of its history under SOE. But that's what Daybreak and Darkpaw had done to try and get EQ2 closer to World of Warcraft, to not only retain people, but bring in new people who didn't want the challenge of what EQ2 was. So, I don't think I'll ever go back to EQ2, which sucks, because it's still to this day, and it's not nostalgia. EverQuest, the raid team on SOE for EverQuest 2 were phenomenal. The first EQ live that they were on a panel and they were being interviewed, and the lead raid designer had said on the record word for word, "We have no intention of dumbing this down." Those were his words. And I say that because when EverQuest 2 released content under SOE and you got to the raid content, you didn't have it done in 2 weeks. It took months and months and months and months. And some people never got to experience all the raid content ever because of how technical all the raid content was. And you might sit there and go, "Oh, that sounds like it was too hard." It's not that it was too hard, but you had to focus. We were transitioning from EverQuest being the only thing there was to play where you had to focus to, okay, people don't want to focus anymore because the internet is branching out. We're getting not only MMORPGs, we have RPGs, we have MOBAs, we have RTS, we have 4X games, we have sim games, we have racing games, we have war games, we have all these different things on the internet. So people started to branch out to do other stuff. They didn't want the focus of an EverQuest or an early EverQuest 2. And that's why a lot of the games now, like Final Fantasy XIV, Guild Wars 2, Elder Scrolls Online, you can just jump in and just start running. Hit the ground, start running. Nothing's going to punch you in the face 1,000 times and force you to find somebody. You can just go do stuff. That's why, because that's where we are today. Now, unfortunately, getting back to what I was just whining about 30 minutes ago, I want the challenge of what Pantheon was supposed to be bringing. I haven't had that yet. So, I don't know. Anyhow, we should get back over to Monsters and Memories because I'm doing absolutely nothing here. We should play something. Sorry for yapping. I mean, I get into yapping. I know, whatever. I yap. I have a lot of gaming history. All right, give me a second here, chat, while I switch over. Let me ask you guys something. What is your guys' all-time favorite MMORPG that you have played? Now, I get if you've only been in one for X amount of time, but think about it. Think about all the aspects of what you look for in a game. Don't just blurt something out because it was popular or because you were in a guild with cool people or what have you. Think about all the aspects that you look for in an MMORPG, and what was your single favorite one? You have one. Everybody has one. I've played all of them, and I can make the excuse that, oh, I've played so many, I can't make up my mind. Yes, I can. I can make up my mind. My all-time favorite rating is EverQuest 2. My all-time favorite group dungeons is EverQuest 2.
My all-time favorite PvP style game was Aeon, or Ion, A-I-O-N. Now, hang on a second, chat, because I have to get the game title. Okay, on. Is there a guild window? Probably no guild window there. Friends. I don't. Guild invite. Don't see it. Maybe it's the friend window. Maybe it's the friend tab. All right. I leave off. We just cleaned our bags out, right? We put some in the bank. Probably look at copper. More copper. Hey people, what's going on? Original EQ day 1. The unknown was unrivaled. I agree. Right on. Exploring an EQ1 can't be matched from day 1. Star Wars Galaxy's pre-NGE, close second. Player cities, malls, community, yeah. Yeah, Star Wars Galaxies was something special. What was that again? What guild did you mention? I was gonna say, I thought that was the guild from Pantheon. Oh, it's the Curious Jackal again. He doesn't drop what we need. Whoops. What race am I playing? This is an ogre fighter. I almost said ogre warrior. Ogre fighter.
Oh, I was wondering why they weren't chilling here. Uh-oh. Sorry, my friend. I was here first. You can't say you camped it. I know you want to say that, but you can't. That person said hail Krushnek and then okay. What does that mean? You can't camp a ore node if you're moving around, right? Right. Who was that? Okay. I have to be honest, I do not like that one-handed harvesting. Oh, yeah, just the one-handed, like, you're expecting the two-hand mine type deal. What was this all over? Right, okay. Okay. Right, gotcha. Will you be on this weekend? If I get in, I want to run B. What's WB? Gotcha. Oh, man. Oh, Worms Bay. Okay, gotcha. Right, Worms Bay. Yeah. Again, day 5. Run day 5. Give me some time and I'll remember all the acronyms. Or abbreviations, I mean. Dude, I'm rowing the same boat with you. Is there a compass there, or do you need to level up sense heading? It's a good question. It's a good question, ISO. I don't know if there's a find north. There's no compass, though. No compass, no map. Did they send emails out yet? So, the first batch of emails that went out, I believe went out on Saturday night or Friday night. So I would say the next batch of emails will probably go out Friday. So I wouldn't sweat it today or tomorrow. I'd wait till Friday. And I'm sure they'll announce it. I'm sure they'll say blah blah blah, the next wave of invites have gone out good luck. Or something along that lines. And if they don't, just listen to me. I'm sure Friday. I expect Lord Toxic to know all. Right, Lord Toxic. Oh, man. I can't believe that was typed, man. I try to take pride in my streaming. I only say what I say because I want you guys to be informed and whatnot. Like, I've never yelled at... Why would I yell at people on the internet? Like, I've whined and complained and ranted. That's not yelling. I've never yelled. I can't remember the last time I yelled at anybody. And I wish I was being facetious, but I'm not. I can't remember the last time I yelled at anybody. I don't get it. Whoa, stop yelling. Yeah, exactly. I can't be bothered, man. I can't. When you spend your life doing nothing but dealing with people of all different types, you just don't want to yell. You understand everybody and you just want everybody to listen to you and move about their day. Yelling at people on the internet is not going to get you anywheres. Except maybe on the page of some website where everybody pokes fun at you and all of a sudden you get 50,000 views. That happens quite often with Twitch. Quite often. Quite a number of people have actually built their whole Twitch career on that stuff. I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. Someone's got a mount. Oh, that's GM Tam. Nice steed. I'm guessing you like to, and I'm going to type it, horse around. See, it is what I said. I'm guessing, I said nice steed, and then I said, I'm guessing you like to horse around. Apparently they're trying to get it killed. Maybe you can give me a hand. You want me to kill your horse? It cons red, just FYI. This should be comical. I'm doing it. I can't attack it. It's too scared of me. Flex. I'm a tank. I'm used to eating dirt. Shouldn't that be called a light brown horse? What was it called? I didn't notice. Can't target it. Target. Oh, oh yeah, you're right. Why is it called a brown light horse? What? What? A light brown horse? A brown light horse. As opposed to a brown heavy horse, which probably moves at half the speed but carries twice the stuff. Is that it? that what I'm getting from that? I mean, common sense in my head right now just, you know, just deduced that's what it means. Half the speed, twice the capacity. Brown light horse. Yeah, you're right. That seems weird. Those words in that order seem weird. You guys don't get it? The horse is lit up. Oh, a brown light horse. Gotcha. I gotcha. It's a light horse. It illuminates the world. Gotcha. Unlike a lighthouse. Or similar to a lighthouse. Okay, Fizzly, I'll let you go over to that one. Oh, we got a run speed buff. Speed of the wild. I see a green beetle. This beetle is dark blue? At 7? I guess that makes him, what, level 5? Maybe 4? Raiden has defeated GM Tam in a duel. Okay, I guess the horse is dead now. Found somebody to duel. Perfect. We might have to go back out to those ruins and see if we can get more ore nodes. We're not having a whole lot of luck over here. At least 3 other individuals running around. Does anybody in chat know who drops a regular pelt that I can level tanning up on? Leatherworking or whatever? Every pelt outside of the low quality doesn't have the tannery tag, so I can't do anything with it. There's somebody else now with a pickaxe. Don't see a node there. Hey, dreaming. Crocodile hides. Man, the pups are being difficult. Pickaxe right there. I just sit here for a minute. Spawn. Oh, cool. I'm guessing this is alchemy? Minor serum? It's gotta be alchemy. Sorry, chat. For anybody, I should say, yeah, I should have said this earlier. For anybody who might be new to the channel, a few months ago, I ended up with that H3N2 superflu nonsense, and unfortunately, it left me with a cough. I apologize. I know it can be a little disconcerting, a little off-putting. Can't help it. And yes, you can make suggestions, and yes, I've tried them all, and I'm stuck with it for now. It will go away eventually. I had it from backlinks up. That's what they keep telling me, man. But again, like I said, it's been 3 months. I do hope it goes away. I don't have trouble breathing. I don't have any discomfort or issues with lungs. Everything is perfectly fine. But this cough, I've done everything. What have you guys got in your smithing too? Okay. So even at smithing level 30, it's still copper. How goes the battle? It's going, Shoklin, it's going. We're running around trying to find some copper, but there's quite a few people now running around as well. We might give it up. I might go over to Wormsbane and see, excuse me, see if there's people over there. People like getting nodes with so on. Yeah. Probably start asking for it when I log in. Monk is so much easier than a ranger. Oh, in Pantheon? I would say yes. Monks are pretty cool in Pantheon.
Have a good night. Now, this is what a rich node should be. It's going to be 5. Watching someone with an archer just fighting nonstop at range. We had an archer in the group last night that was kiting stuff while we were betting or resting or what have you. That player just fall out of the sky? Oh, they dropped off the tower. I'm wanting to try a shaman. We rolled a shaman on the character select screen. Excuse me. Hey, Yuke, what's happening? How you doing, man? There are nodes along the east wall. That wall? We didn't see any earlier when we ran into the city. I ran that whole length. We found one node way out here. And I could take another look. We'll go out and take another look. Got a pickaxe out too. Doing the same thing.
Oh, he got a node right there. Probably nothing down here, right? We were into this dungeon during our play test a few weeks ago. We actually managed, we grouped with one of the devs in here. Or we met one of the devs and asked them if they wanted to jump aboard, and they got in the group, and we spent a couple hours pulling some skeletons. I pulled a named a couple times. Pretty cool. Didn't get to spend too much time in there. Excuse me. Oh, you know what we'll do? I should have thought of this before. Oh, what's up here? Tenant hiker. Say anything. Okay. So I like Telekir. So, okay, answer me something then, you. Is Telekir those pillars over here? Or is that the valley behind the illusory wall? Oh, I didn't see you. Whoops. Oh, you're blue. Hang on a second. You maybe? Valley behind the wall. It's a node right there. And I can't get it because of those Ashira. Node right there.
How was the raid stuff in Pantheon? Good. We ran all 3 shards, all 1 pulls. Didn't drop anything for me. I'm looking for bracers, but she wasn't feeling generous. Every time he jumps, he reminds me of the Swedish chef. Good. Oh. Oh. Another shadow? Yep. Excuse me. It's a node all the way in the distance. How much copper am I looking for? As much as I can get. Like all of it. Now we have to be careful because... No, the shadow... No. Shadow. Over here? Over there. Gotta be careful of the giants. Oh. I don't remember there being a roamer over here. Wait, am I in the right place? Why do I feel like I'm not in the right place? This is not the right place. Let's go. We get all the way to the top here? We get to Dr. Doom's castle, I'm probably going to die to a level 40 something. There it is. Oh, we overshot. We overshot. There we go. The water does look good, yeah. Here in North Row. Actually, let's pop in here and see if anybody's in zone. Nope. Cool spot there.
You heard there are now 15,000 accounts? Well, good luck to the remaining 3,800 that managed to get into the game. Yeah, they're estimating between 4,000 and 5,000 by the time the invites are done. Lots of bots. So you're telling me there's a chance? Yep, exactly. You know what? Let's go this way. Oh yeah, Audi's mentioned that as well. Nick HOTS, he's one of the crew working on the game. Guess he streams the game quite regularly. He'll give keys away at times. Don't ask me. This is only my 5th day in here. I do not have any of that stuff. Full of salt? Nah, don't be full of salt, man. You'll get your round. For sure. And don't sit there and go, it's easy for you to say you're in game. I haven't been following this game. And I know you're gonna say, oh, but that's all the more reason why you shouldn't be playing in a polite way. I get it. I understand. But I'm here. I was in closed alpha. I got moved to closed beta. I did not know, and here we are. No other reason. I didn't grease any palms, have any conversations, nothing. Me getting access to monsters and memories is how this whole toxic thing started. Closer, come on, or note. Oh, there we go. That's the same note. That's the same note we just hit twice, and now it just spawned a 3rd time. Yeah, it was somebody who played a warrior in Pantheon. We never I mean, we had conversations in passing. They disappeared, like, I think shortly after the agility change to the warrior. So I'm guessing they gave up, got mad at the game, and quit. I'm guessing. But I thought we were cool. Like there was never anything, we didn't step on any toe. Like I'm pretty friendly. You know, like I don't get it. But then I had a random viewer come into my chat the other day and mention they specifically asked me, "What did you do to piss off the entire Eminem community?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about? I don't know anything about the Eminem community." And that's when he told me that there was posts up there about me being uh, this incredibly toxic garbage streamer who yells at his chat. Or there's a couple other posts there that were interesting. But yeah, this one person, I'm assuming that they're the same individual, which is strange. I don't get it. But definitely with the passion they put behind the post, including the typos, I'm guessing they got really sour. A, because I'm still streaming and playing Pantheon and still talking positive and good stuff about the game when nobody else is. And B, I got into Monsters and Memories as well. That's it. That's it. There's stuff about people having watched and followed the dev team for a long time, and I have no information or knowledge or experience in Monsters and Memories, and poof, here I am. I got me, man. I never asked. I was asked, just so you guys know. I never asked. I had no intention of being here. And that's the truth. And here we are. And I'm enjoying myself. I think I'm the right type of person to be in this kind of game because I'm the type of person who will group with everybody. I don't care. I'm not looking for static. If that same node is up a fourth time, someone's toying with me. That node spawns again. Somebody's toying. Because there's no way. There's no way the same node pops 4 times. And don't worry, chat. We'll get into plenty of dungeon stuff and group stuff and whatnot. It's just with weaving in the Pantheon raid this evening, there just wasn't enough time. And crafting to me seems to have a little bit of importance. And it's wild because I don't do crafting. Like, Yuke has been here a long time. Yuke probably knows how many times I've gone on about despising crafting. And yet here I am trying to craft. He was so salty you got in, he didn't. Yeah. Yep, for sure. That's what it was. Honestly, a fresh look is better than hot and heavy. Go back north. I love that you guys keep using directions, but I have no idea. I can't tell north from south from east from west. Yeah, his name is the same warrior that I used to know. And again, like I said, I thought we were cool. We never grouped together because we were both warriors, so we both ran different groups or whatnot. I thought we had cool conversations in passing. It actually kind of makes sense because I think he was a little sour at one point when I'd gotten, I want to say it was the Spear of Endless Frost from Hangor. I think when he had found out that I had it. It's vague and I don't remember exactly. It's just, it's wild. It's wild. That's all. It's wild. Hey, Tin, what's happening? Hi ho, it's off to work we go. With a shovel and a pick and a walking stick. Okay, how are there no nodes? We'll have to go across the way, I guess. Oh, is that a node there? I think that's a node there, right? Hang on now. I'm coming. No other nodes there. I think they're there. That is a node. What is guarding it? Can I get over to it? Probably not. I came in and you are red. There's a node right there. The green castle is north. Okay. Dr. Doom's home. Right up there. Now, was there just the one Cayman? You stay there. Wonder if we stay along here. Am I encumbered? Oh, I'm encumbered. All of a sudden, I'm moving slower. You know, something tells me... Is that a shield? I'll probably get out of here. Is that 0.3 for a whole stack? Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, you're right. Spirit of the Wild wore off. Or Speed of the Wild. Excuse- Oh, there's that node again. Before any of these nodes spawn, this one's been up 4 times.
Mhm. We have about 80. Sucks that you lose your buffs when you log off now. Oh, I didn't know that. Now I gotta stay an extra hour instead of going to bed. Out for tonight, did enough time. Bargs enough. Okay, you have a good night. Yeah, I think tomorrow we'll focus on trying to get into or groups. See if we can get closer to level 10. But we have to hit 8 and 9 first, but can't get there if we don't get in a group. The node there. Mm-hmm. I want to go back into Wormsbane because I want to play out this Bard quest.
Oh, it's going to be all the way around by the entrance. Probably where it's going to be. The bags we dropped earlier. No. Gonna bounce for the night. Okay, Shoklin, have a good night, man. Speaking of night, what time is it? Oh, okay, yeah, chat. We're gonna end our stream for the evening as well and head to bed. Is there so in this game? Yes, it's called Speed of the Wild, not Spirit of the Wolf. We had it until about 10 minutes ago and then it wore off. Can you group up? Yes, there's group content. I'm just running around trying to get copper for crafting. Got quite a bit of it. We're not quite done. But anyhow, we can look at this tomorrow. I really should get to bed. To those of you that are still hanging out here as always, I hope you guys enjoyed your time. We got quite a bit done between earlier, then we did the raid, of course, in Pantheon. Tomorrow, I don't know what the game plan is being Thursday. We'll start with Monsters and Memories, so we'll probably be live around 5 p.m. Eastern, I would say. Maybe a little after that. We'll go till probably 7:30 or so. We'll see if there's a Pantheon crew. If there is, we'll do something there for a bit and then come back. If there's nothing going on in Pantheon, we'll come back here and spend the night. Anyhow, you guys have yourselves a good day or a good evening wherever you are, and I hope to see you on the next stream. Take care.